শোভার ভণ্ডার জয় ভঞ্জ বিহার মহোদধি কূলে দিব্য চেতনার শিহরণ পাই জ্ঞানর প্রদীপ জানি শান্তি মৈত্রী করুণার ধারা অন্তরে দিয়ে ঢালি পাণিক কুমর ভঞ্জ কবিবর কবি সূর্যঙ্কর গীতি নবনির্মাণর সৌরভ ভিতরে নবনির্মাণর সৌরভ ভিতরে গজপতিঙ্কর কীর্তি গজপতিঙ্কর কীর্তি অমৃতধি কূলে মহামানবর সরজনা পাই প্রাচী প্রতি চিরস্বর তরুণ প্রাণরে পল্লবিত হুয়ে সত্য শিব সুন্দর সংস্কৃতির লীলা কଳାর মেঘলা এ মাটি মহিমাময় জ্ঞান বিজ্ঞানর অন্বেষারে প্রতি জ্ঞান বিজ্ঞানর অন্বেষারে প্রতি দক্ষতা বিশ্ব বিজয় জয় ভঞ্জ বিহার জয় ভঞ্জ বিহার জয় ভঞ্জ বিহার জয় ভঞ্জ বিহার
of this international conference to request our revered guest on the dais. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, Professor Gitanjali Das. I request the convener, Professor Mrutyunjay Swain, co-convener, Professor B. Anjan Kumar Prusti. I request the distinguished guest, Madam Nilkamal Darbari, revered IAS officer. I request the distinguished guest, Justice Sirane Tilakawardane, former Justice of the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. I request Professor Amita Singh, the keynote speaker of this conference, to kindly proceed to occupy the chair on the dais. I also request all our revered guests to kindly water the Tulsi plant before we proceed for the inaugural ceremony. And requesting everyone to have a big round of applause for this auspicious presence of our guests on this revered international conference.
Thank you, esteemed guests. Now, It's time for the profound moment symbolizing legacy and responsibility as Professor Amita Singh, former Secretary General of Network of Asia Pacific Schools and Institutes of Public Administration and Governance, officially enters the baton to Professor Gitanjali Das, our esteemed Vice Chancellor. May we invite Professor Amita Singh to officially hand over the baton to Professor Gitanjali Das, the Vice Chancellor of Berhampur University. Let us all warmly acknowledge this significant transition with a round of applause. The applause should continue. Congratulations, Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, for assuming this esteemed role.
NAPSPEC conference presents an absolute syndication of enterprise and intellect. To set the theme of the conference and welcome address, I request the convener, Professor Mrityunjay Swain, to have his address. Sir, please.
Esteemed guest, distinguished speaker, respected delegates, my dear colleagues and students, it's my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this international conference on revisiting public policy and governance in times of climate change. Today marks the beginning of a critical dialogue as we gather here, basically to address one of the most pressing issue of our time, that is climate change, and how it influences our society and life. The world today stands at a crossroad. Climate change is no longer an abstract threat, but a reality now. It challenges our existing systems of governance, demands transformative policy, frameworks, and calls for global solidarity and innovation. As convener of this program, in fact, I am inspired by the diversity of expertise and the perspectives represented by experts, speakers here. We have policymakers, we have researchers, we have practitioners, scholars, and they have represented different perspectives, and they are going to deliberate on different issues around the topic. Basically, the theme, that is revisiting public policy and governance in times of climate change, it's timely, very deeply relevant. It compels us to question traditional approaches, explore new paradigms, and strengthen the bridge between policy formulation and implementation. How can governance system adapt to the uncertainties? How policies ensure equitable outcomes for the vulnerable groups who are disproportionately affected by different climate-induced natural disasters like drought, flood, cyclones, so on and so on. So how the international collaborations become more effective in combating the climate change impacts? All these pertinent issues, I hope, will be discussed here, will be debated here, and we can get fruitful outcomes out of this conference. So with this, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to our keynote speakers, Professor Amita Singh, and all other panelists, our distinguished speakers and delegates. So our deliberation today can shape policies that can determine the futures of the generations to come. Together we have a power to turn ideas into action and the challenges into opportunities. Once again, I welcome you all to this conference. Let's use this platform to learn, collaborate, and create meaningful change. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Swai, for your inspiring words of welcome and for setting a strong foundation for this conference. Moving forward, it's crucial to introduce the remarkable individuals and insightful theme that will shape this conference. For this, we welcome Professor B. Anjan K. Pusti, the co-convener, joint organizing secretary, and head of the Department of Environmental Science, to address us. Over to you, Professor Pusti.
Thanks, Ritu. Namaskar and good morning to all of you. It's a pleasant morning to have more than 100 delegates and participants in this August House. Such a cherishable moment in the history of Berhampur University to host first international conference after, handing over the baton of NAFCPAC Secretariat to the Berhampur University. And very befittingly, the theme of the conference has been decided, and then accordingly, we have the delegates with us from the domain of public administration, public policy, climate science, people who are working on ground on habitat restoration, biodiversity conservation, and something that cannot be ruled out, science journalism. You do everything, and if you don't disseminate, that is half done. So we have resource persons from all such domains and delegates on the stage. We have with us, from my left, I would take this way in the direction from my left, my beloved colleague, Professor Swai, who is the convener of the program. He's a senior researcher in the Department of Economics in Berhampur University. You can find all his details in his Google Scholar profile and Berhampur University profile. I don't wish to invest time on our profiling. Then we have with us very senior administrator and policymaker of the country, Nil Kamal Darbari, Madam. Madam, welcome you to the campus and to the program. As a young boy in the year 2000 and 2001, 2002, when I was roaming in parched lands in Rajasthan along with Dr. Mohammad Shah Hussain here, we used to hear about her. The kind of health improvement policy that she had brought in Rajasthan as a senior administrator. Ma'am, we are working on organochlorine pesticide residues in Rajasthan in different farming areas. But then never had the opportunity to meet her. So glad to meet her here. And she was also former managing director of Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium and former chairperson of National Authority on Chemical Weapons Convention, its cabinet secretariat under Government of India. So a person with such extensive career in governance definitely makes it a befitting distinguished guest to grace the occasion here in the inaugural session. Thank you so much, madam, for making your time out to be in the forum. And we have with us, next with us is Professor Amita Singh. Professor Amita Singh, who has been the force behind organizing this program and even, quote unquote, shifting of NAFCPAC Secretariat to Berhampur University. A big round of applause to Professor Amita Singh, senior researcher and a senior fellow in with the Indian Institute of Social Sciences, New Delhi, and a professor of law and governance at Center for Study of Law and Governance at Jawaharlal Nehru University. And she is currently the president of National Disaster Research Group and Asia Pacific Disaster Research Group, another offshoot body of this NAFCPAC. And that's how, madam, befittingly after discussing with you, we chipped in Professor Anil Gupta also to the forum, who has been into this issue, and now currently he is with the DST, a autonomous center with Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. So it's nice to have you here, madam. And you can always find Madam's profile also, the wonderful articles she has been written, not on just direct research articles, but the articles which has meaning, articles which has implications, and articles which provides us enough insights and impetus, to link outcomes of research with the society. Thank you so much, Madam. Then we have with us Professor Gitanjali Das, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Berhampur University, and now I can say the Secretary General of NAPSIPAG, because the baton has already been handed over. So she is now the Secretary General of NAPSIPAG. So nice to have the former Secretary General and the current Secretary General on the stage. And Madam is also the President of Indian Political Science Association, and a very senior administrator, academician, and something that you must know that ever since Madam has taken over the charge of Berhampur University, there has been a turnaround. There is a paradigm shift in the geography of the campus. Such nice, beautiful 250 sprawling green campus that you are able to see today is, yes, because of her initiatives. She is standing tall with us, with all our initiatives, and she is also a light member of various national institutes like IIPA, IPSA, OPSA, and another think tank called Gaveshana Chakra. Just 2 days before, less than 48 hours before, she had successfully concluded another program of Gaveshana Chakra that was spanning over 48 hours here. 2-day long program, and then just a day break, and then again we have another program for 2 more days. So this is what the back-to-back program that she has been mentoring to all of us. And then we have with us perhaps the senior most policymaker and a person with acumen from the legal fraternity, Justice Sri Tilakawardane. Welcome you, Madam, and Vanakkam to Berhampur campus. So, the Judge of Supreme Court of Sri Lanka, first female state council in Sri Lanka, right? And an awardee, recipient of International Jonta Award for contribution to the field of law. What else could be more befitting to have a Justice of the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka to deliberate, to guide all of us, to have and frame policy to act on climate change. Because everyone knows climate science and climate policy never go hand in hand. That is how, even after more than 24 COP also, we have not achieved much. And that is how we need senior policymakers like Professor Amita Singh, like Darbari Madam, like Tilakawardane Madam, and thank you so much, Madam. We are honored to have you here. And our extreme left, we have my senior most colleague, Professor Sukant Kumar Tripathi, the head of academics, head of the departments, and it is Chairman PG Postgraduate Council, the nomenclature, Chairman Postgraduate Council. Basically, a researcher from optics, researcher from applied photonics and optics, and he is also director of a center of excellence. You can always take time out to visit center, wonderful research initiatives, and thank you so much, sir, with your support, with your guidance, and most importantly, very timely support. To all the distinguished guests and participants, I will tell you, if he doesn't sign our files on the road and on the tea shop, this program would not have achieved. See, he doesn't think that I am not in my office. Everywhere you go to a file, he will immediately endorse it and forward it so that Madam can approve it. That's how with record short time we are able to have so many programs, series of programs. That is what is benevolence, that is what is magnanimity. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. And with this, I welcome you all to the campus. So you are going to be here for more than 72 hours. I request all of you to visit every nook and corner of the campus. You will have chirping by wonderful birds here. We have Dr. Tej Mundkur here, who went for the bird walk in the morning and told that, Anjan, I could record 24 species of birds. Sir, we have 110 species. So, पहला दिन ही आपने 20 species identify किया है. We have 72 more hours, and it is a campus you will cherish forever. Thank you all.
Many thanks, Anjan sir, for very lucidly presenting the inspirational curriculum vitae of the luminaries on the dais. I now request our esteemed Chairman Postgraduate Council, Professor Sukanta Kumar Tripathi, for his address. Sir, please.
esteemed Vice Chancellor Professor Gitanjali Das, who also happened to be the Secretary General of NAPSIPAC, keynote speaker of this session, Professor Amita Singh, former Professor Jawaharlal University, New Delhi, and happens to be the former Secretary General of NAPSIPAC. In absentia, Ms. Rupa Roshan Sahu, the Revenue Divisional Commissioner, distinguished guest, Justice Srirani Tilakawardane, former Justice of the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka, distinguished guest, Ms. Nilakamal Darbari, IAS, retired Chairperson, National Authority of Chemical Weapons Convention, Secretary to the Government of India, Cabinet Secretary. Professor Mutunjay Swai, the convener of this conference. Anjan Prasti, the co-convener of this conference. Distinguished guest sitting in front of me, experts and my dear students. At the outset, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of this Postgraduate Council of Berhampur University and also on behalf of Berhampur University. It is not out of place to mention few things which I think I should mention in front of you all. This is about the development of our university. As the head of this postgraduate council and also a senior professor in this university, I should inform some of these achievements which you have in the last 2 years, maybe after the joining of our beloved Vice Chancellor Professor Gitanjali Das. Under the dynamic leadership of our Vice Chancellor, there are many promising news for Berhampur University. And I'm excited to share few of them because I cannot share all this. So I think I will share some important news which I think you should know. You know, this year, Berhampur University has achieved a ranking between 51 to 200 among the state public university in the NIRF. So this is a very promising news for Berhampur University. You will also happy to know that the Ministry of Education, Government of India, has granted approval for raise 100 crores funding under PM Usha. PM Usha is Pradhan Mantri Uchchatar Shiksha Abhijan. And after getting this grant, Berhampur University now is a multidisciplinary education and research university Meru. So this is one of this Meru in your state of Odisha. And this substantial allocation will greatly enhance the university's infrastructure, research compatibility, and overall academic progress. Furthermore, the HRDC which was there at our university is now converted into Malviya Mission Teachings Training Center status, and this is the third of its kind in the state government of Odisha. This is after Utkal University and Sambalpur University, this is the third center which got this prestigious Malviya Mission Teachers Training Center status. And these are few news which I have said with you, and also I will say some of this news related to this research. Because as you know, research is an important component for the development of any university. The university's faculty members have secured 48 extramural research projects worth around 3 crores in 2024 from various central funding agencies like SERB, ISRO, ICSR, ICMR, DBT, BRNS, Department of Biotechnology, and also from this state government of Odisha. And they have published more than 280 papers, research articles in the renowned national and international journals and contributed 88 book chapters only in 2024. The university boasts an impressive H index of 60 with 23,465 citation and an average citation count exceeding 2800 in 2024. And this is a very, great news for our Berhampur University. Not only that, before Professor Das joined here, the number of patents published by this university was almost zero. There were no patents. And you will happy to know that in the last 2 years, we have published 10 patents from this university. So this is another area which we have developed. Not only that, our students, the PhD students also done a marvelous work for this university. We have 48 research scholars who are getting funds from different funding agencies, from NFSC, NFST, CSIR, DAE, and so on. And you will happy to know that a collaborative team of faculty members from various institutions across the country, led by the Department of Environment Science, Professor Pusti is here, he is the leading person along with Professor Patro, secured a significant project, longitudinal and multi-institutional study on human-wildlife conflict mitigation funded by ICSSR amounting almost 2 crores. If I am correct, this is the highest ever funding sanctioned by ICSR. And you will also happy to know that Berhampur University has 2 centers of excellences which are doing very well in their respective fields. One is the Center of Excellence in Biotechnology, and another is Center of Excellence in Nanoscience and Technology for the development of sensor, which I am taking care of. And if you are finding time, you can visit this Center of Excellence and can give your feedback so that you can also improve in future. And you will also happy to know that based on our performance in the last 5 years, the government of Odisha has extended this funding for another 5 years, amounting approximately 1.75 crores for each Center of Excellence. So this is again an interesting news to share with you all. Now, R&D cell was there initially, but when Professor Das joined, we took many initiatives for the betterment of this cell. I am also the director of this R&D cell, and with the guidance and help of our Vice Chancellor, we have put many new initiatives. To mention few of them, we have new initiatives like Universities Research and Development Cell seed funding for faculty members. So we are giving seed funding for faculty members, research fellowship for students, award for publishing maximum number of publication in SAI index journals, recognition for securing highest amount of project funding, best research award for students, incentive for publishing in SCI index journal with impact factors, award for patents and for applying patents, and financial support to attend national and international seminar and conferences. So these initiatives were introduced in the university maybe in the last 1.5 years. So this is a very initiative of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Das. So let us thank Professor Das for his, new initiatives and also for helping to develop this university as a whole. Lastly, I will mention something about the green initiative which you have made after joining of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Das. As a part of green initiative and to achieve net zero campus and sustainable development, we have installed 120 kilowatt rooftop solar plants, 70 solar street lights, also LED lights, and erected 8 rainwater harvesting structures. Petrol vehicles are completely prohibited to enter into the campus on all Saturday. And we have introduced these battery vehicles. SBI Vanjavia donated 2 electric vehicles, and Canara Bank also donated some bicycles. And apart from this, university has procured 3 more battery vehicles to strengthen the green initiative in our Berhampur University campus. So this is about the different initiative which we have introduced, and due to the shortage of time, I am not going to, present before you all the initiatives. There are many initiatives, new initiatives which you have taken. So considering the above development in this university, maybe this time education has nominated our Vice Chancellor as one of these 14 most influenced women in education in 2024. And we will happy to know that our Vice Chancellor got this award along with Honorable President Draupadi Murmu and Vice Chancellor of JNU. So this is a great honor to our university, and the visibility of this university came in the limelight. I will not take much time. I will again welcome you all to this international conference on revisiting public policy and governance in terms of climate change. I am not a man from climate change, I am a man of physics, but the, climate change is now a buzzword. So few days back, we have organized another seminar from Gaveshana Chakra, and there also this theme was climate change. So the climate change seems to be a very important topic to be discussed in different arena, and I think this is something slightly different than what you have discussed in climate change in Gaveshana Chakra. Maybe we have to have the policy to implement so that some steps you can take to mitigate this climate change. Thank you very much for your patience, and I hope that you will return with a very sweet memory from this university. Thank you very much again. Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed and enlightening address. Coming up next, moments like these deserve to be captured and remembered forever. We now request the dignitaries to unveil and release the conference souvenir, a testament to this grand occasion.
Now it's time to listen from our distinguished guest, Madam Nilkamal Darbari, for a retired IAS officer and former chairperson of the National Authority of Chemical Weapons Convention. I request Madam to have her insightful session. Ma'am, please.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Berhampur University, NAPSIPAG Chair, ex-Chair Professor Amita Singh, distinguished guest from Sri Lanka, and other dignitaries on the dais and in the hall. It gives me immense pleasure to stand here before a young crowd of students and intellectuals and churn our minds on the threats and challenges that face us in this era of climate change. When we talk of climate change today, we are not talking of some distant threat, not some distant challenge that may erupt. It's already there. We are facing everyday situations and events, extreme weather conditions, extreme weather situations that emerge anywhere, just about in any spot of the world, and they cause immense damage to human life and also to cattle life, animal life, plant life. The whole biodiversity seems to be under threat, and it really calls for unprecedented level of attention at all levels, whether it is individual level, whether it is community level, or it is at the level of the government policy level, or at the level of the civil society. Collaborations are required, and there has to be a more focused approach in tackling these situations. Whether we talk about floods, or we talk about drought, or we talk about cyclones, the impact on human life is immense and far-reaching, and it goes on and on even after the disaster has struck and gone. What happens? We in Orissa are aware how devastating cyclones can be. We had in 1999 the super cyclone where around 10,000 people lost their lives. That was the level of fatalities that were recorded at that time, maybe more. And then I think something happened. There was this consciousness amongst policymakers that we cannot allow this kind of loss of life. And I'm not even talking about loss of animal kingdom in this whole scenario. But I think at the policy level, certain steps were taken. What those steps are, I mean, one can go on enumerating. For example, early warning systems were installed in the Bay of Bengal. You know, the storm shelters were built by the government of Orissa. And there was communication. Any program has to have a very effective communication strategy, because you may put in place early warning systems, or you may put in place evacuation protocols, but what if the same are not communicated properly? So I think the government of India, the government of Orissa, and the civil society and the communities all came together and created some infrastructure and some awareness through policy initiatives of the government and through programs and on-ground actions, that when in 2013 cyclone Felin struck, one could see the change it made. Of course there was loss of life, of course there was loss of property, assets were destroyed, but human lives losses were limited to 46. So from 10,000 to 46. That's the capacity of human endeavor. That's the capacity of technology. That's the capacity of collaborative action between different segments of the society, whether it is in the government or it is in the society or it's in the academic institutions. Like this, there has been no better proof than Cyclone Felin on how we can make a difference to prevent loss of life and property and assets in the community. There is still a lot of long distance to go. I mean, one can argue even why should 46 people have died, but if you look at the journey from 10,000 to 46, I would say it's not a small achievement at all. And subsequently also there have been cyclones and there have been loss of life and property. But as a whole, on the whole, I can say that policies have been designed in a manner to benefit the society and to reduce loss. Because what happens, what is it that these events cause? What is it that they do? So they destroy lives, that's the first thing. They destroy livelihoods. People lose their lives, means of livelihood. So coastal economy, for example, if it is hit by cyclones, the fishermen who live off the sea, you know, their biggest resource is the sea. They lose whatever implements and boats and nets they have to earn their livelihood. So loss of livelihood and loss of assets created by themselves or by the community. Then destitution. I remember after 1999 cyclone, there was a flux of destitute women and children from out of Orissa and onto the streets of metropolitan cities like Delhi. And that kind of vagrancy the society can ill afford, because not only have they lost everything in this, there's no likelihood of recovery for the next generation even. And children who should have actually been going to school, or they should have been looking at nutrition programs in their schools through the Anganwadi centers, through the immunization program of the government, they were deprived of all of that. And they found no succor in life at that point of time when there was complete migration out of these areas. I mean, complete, I mean, relatively speaking, migration outwards, because they were looking for means of survival. And therefore, the consequences of those kind of events, when climate changes, when these kind of natural disasters happen with greater frequency and greater intensity, the untold misery is brought upon humankind. And I'm so very glad to realize that all governments, most of the governments, have now started taking measures to mitigate the impact of climate change and disasters that follow. Whether it is the communities, whether these are communities in Rajasthan who face drought year after year after year, or they depend solely on rain-fed agriculture. You know, the entire eastern stretch of Rajasthan is dependent on rain-fed agriculture. And if rains fail, or if they occur at the wrong time, when at the sowing time there is no rain, and when you want no rain, there is a deluge of rain, what happens to the livelihoods of those people? What happens to the production of those areas? What happens to the productivity per acre, productivity per person in these areas? And the consequences on the socio-economic patterns of society in those areas. It is unbelievable, the kind of things that are happening. People migrate, we know about that. Of course, migration has been brought down substantially because there are, employment generation schemes that have been put in place to deal with such situations. But typically, I would say that there are very many policies that look at mitigation of disasters and climate change and how you wed them together into the mainstream programs of the government. There are many examples. But I would say that in this country where 50% to 60% population is still dependent on agriculture, there has to be a greater consciousness about agriculture and climate change. How do we make our agriculture sustainable? How do we understand that there is merit and there is longevity for everyone if we have a greater consciousness about water use efficiency, for example? Look at the world. Look, globally, I think it's the case, but more so in India, that about 85% of all the water that is available to us is going into agriculture/irrigation. And if we are going to be wasting water, we are never going to have enough water. And there will come a time when we will have, I don't want to be a prophet of doom, but there will be riots for the use of water, for the consumption of water. In certain pockets, you can already feel that there is so much of stress in the society because the water quantities, water reservoirs are depleted, water availability is scarce, quality of water has deteriorated, there is high fluoride content, and there is very little recharging of the groundwater resources. And with lower precipitation coming every year, there is a decline in the rate of precipitation and the quantum of precipitation. In that situation, what is it that we need to do? Particularly, I'm saying from the agriculture perspective. Our incentive structure, when we talk about agriculture and we talk about procurement, it is geared towards incentivizing water-intensive crops. We procure huge quantities of wheat and rice because that is what we need to feed under our fair price shop program, under the National Food Security Program, and so therefore it is essential. But certainly we need to be a little more regional in our perspective on this. In areas, let's take an example of Rajasthan. Supposing it's a water scarce, we all know it's a water scarce state. Should we be incentivizing flood irrigation in Rajasthan? There is really a need to revisit all the dams and all the barrages and all the canal systems that we have created over the years in Rajasthan, and they have brought immense prosperity also, so they cannot be just wished away. They cannot be destroyed. These are assets that have been created through sustained efforts over the last half a century, if not more. But how is it that we can use that water more judiciously to ensure that there is less wastage, that there is less concentration and focus on crops that consume more water, that are water guzzling crops? And therefore I would say that crop diversification and building an incentive structure to promote diversified crops. So if let's say chana, I don't know how do you call chana in this part, is less water guzzling, then certainly in Rabi we should be promoting chana cultivation rather than wheat. And therefore every region, I would say every small geographical area needs to be mapped and studied, and crop diversification prescribed for optimizing the water available, in fact reducing the quantities of water that go into irrigation in those areas. We have examples. Even in Rajasthan we have examples, in Gujarat as well, where Sardar Sarovar project has brought water to districts which had hitherto not known any water supply. But along with that has come the mandatoriness of micro irrigation systems. You cannot undertake flood irrigation in the newer areas that have been brought under canal irrigation from these dams, from these multi-state water reservoirs and canal distribution systems. So Jalore district, for example, has new areas that have been brought under cultivation, but all of them are doing micro irrigation. Because the way it has been designed, you cannot do flood irrigation. So piping systems have been laid. And this has come about, why? Because of the realization that water is scarce. After immense struggle, those dams were created and water has been made available to the population, and we need to be very conscious about not promoting wastage. And therefore, I am a very big votary of the micro irrigation systems, particularly in the areas which are currently under flood irrigation. That switch has to happen, because there's so much of water being wasted. And what does it do? Water wastage is not just about having reduced quantities available. It spoils the soil. It creates water logging. It creates water salinity. And it reduces the carbon content in the soil, and therefore lower productivity, lower nutritional value in the food that we eat. So this change is going to get hastened, quickened, because globally things are happening that are just not in the hands of one country or one community. And therefore each one of us has a duty. Each one of us has a responsibility. And I think conferences such as these bring together people with a similar wavelength, with the same consciousness, and they strive to arrive at solutions which will go into the public domain, which will go into the communities and feed policy change. For example, there should be a law against, say, flood irrigation. That's my belief. Can the policy makers do that? Is it viable? Is it feasible? Will it meet the aspirations of the society? We cannot forget that. Every individual in this country has a right to aspire for a better standard of living by whatsoever means, legitimate means he can muster. And if he's able to muster that through higher irrigation, then it will be a task for policymakers to sell micro irrigation to him. I have been advocating in my last few postings, as well as after my retirement, that already there are certain pockets in the country which have adopted very well to micro irrigation systems, for example. Now, government of Rajasthan again is doing it, so I would say that others can also try and do it. Areas wherever there is high adaptation of and adoption of micro irrigation systems, they should be saturated. So for example, somewhere already 40% of the farming communities have adopted those measures. How is it that we can put in our resources? Because eventually it's about, it's about what resources are available with you. And then you saturate that area. So if Sikar district is having 40% micro irrigation systems running nicely and well, then how about putting, focused funds into that area and saturating it with 100% adoption of micro irrigation? I remember we did an event in Rajasthan, some of you would be aware of it, some years back, called the Global Rajasthan Agriculture Meet. In that we promoted new technologies, and one of the things we promoted was the Israel-style micro irrigation and precision irrigation. And believe it or not, the demand for micro irrigation and precision irrigation went up by about 10 times. I've forgotten the data, but it was so phenomenal that we noticed it, because what happens, you have online application systems. Even then, 5-7 years back, even then we had online applications. Suddenly our system was crashing because so many applications were being filed for subsidy and for getting these systems installed in their fields. So we mapped the whole demand, and we realized that it was in the range of 8 to 10 times of the previous quarter of that same for the same product. So I took that to the finance and to the chief minister, and I said, okay, look, here is something which we have been able to achieve, which is to lead our programs not from the supply side but from the demand side. Here is the demand. Let's fund it. But I mean, a state government always has priorities, and there are competing demands. So if I'm demanding, say, 200 crore rupees just to feed micro irrigation system, there's another department which is asking for 2,000 crore rupees. And how do you, when you are running a deficit budget, how do you balance the competing demands? And that was a challenge, and eventually we did not get the 200 crores that we wanted, but we got something. We got, I think, if I remember correctly, we got 32 crores, and we installed some unprecedented number of micro irrigation systems in the state. So this is the thing, institutions like Berhampur University and others create and generate awareness, and it goes into the field, and the demand is raised, and therefore governments, policymakers are forced to look at the ways of funding it through either budgetary support, or through collaborative efforts, or through CSR initiatives and international funding as well. So my best wishes to Gitanjali Das, Professor Gitanjali Das, and to all the others in the organizing committee for flagging this very, very important concern about climate change and policy, and how the two can wed to create greater value for human life and to contribute to the growth and development of this country. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an enriching and enlightening address. We are honored to have you with us. Next, we are honored and delighted to welcome Justice Shirani Tilakawardane, former Justice of the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. Her profound insights and vast experience will enrich this conference. So may I invite Madam to share her thoughts with us. Madam, please.
Good morning, everybody. Knowledge is power. Remember that? Knowledge is power. Madam Chairperson, Professor Gitanjali Das of the Berhampur University, distinguished members of the head table, and a particular hi to Professor Singh, who was keeping in touch with me all our hours of the night and day, because I was traveling so much, it will be 4 o'clock in the morning, and he answered me in a minute, everything that I wanted. So when I said knowledge is power, let me tell you how delighted I am to be here. I'm really delighted, because we have a wonderful intergenerational audience. We have a multidisciplinary audience, and let me tell you, very few people would come to such a place, would come to a place like Berhampur, because it's so far away. And I really congratulate the students. Sanjay, who was up with us till 3 in the morning last night when we came here. Thank you, everybody, for organizing it. Madam, you have a wonderful university here, and I'm delighted to be here with you today. So, as you know, AI is ushering in a new digital age, driving innovation and growth to new heights. It is your future, young students, and it is particularly important to you and to all of us. So corporates like Microsoft and Alphabet this is backing them. All the money is going there. Do you like to? Don't focus on that. Thank you. So its adoption is pervasive. Before you know it, it is on your desktop, right? And it's applied to a number of industries ranging from agriculture, education, healthcare, finance, entertainment, among others. It has been predicted. Listen to the figures, listen to the numbers. To us who a few rupees feeds a person, listen to these numbers. And it has the potential, AI has the potential of 15.7 trillion contributing to the global economy. However, this growth cannot be prioritized over safety, and given the ongoing climate crisis, it should not come as a cost of our lives, our generations' lives, our survival. And therefore, regulations, transparency, sustainability are paramount. And it is the technology which has the potential to impact the lives of many, but especially impacting the vulnerable, the poor, those who are in situation of great marginalization. Those are the ones who are being terribly affected. While AI presents a path forward to humanity, it does, it is not a technology without tensions. To better understand the effect of digitalization, we need to access current information. The latest information is what I have gathered here. And you, the students, the voice of your professors, the journalists within inverted commas, it is so important because you play a very critical role of bringing this to the limelight, of challenging it, of putting out facts, because there's a very thin line between falsity and today, because it's blurred by the constant feed of the AI and the fake news. Further, the need for independent media is pressing, and it is must be there as digitalization advances, and it cannot be lauded, and the detrimental effects ignored. The climate issues must be understood to ensure that these technologies are applied and develop sustainability. This is the word we have been talking of for generations. We are really old, and we talked about it. I look at you, beautiful combination of different age groups. The youngest of you to the oldest of you who are here. Sustainability. That is the core of what you are doing. It is the truth of what you are doing. And it's the integrity of what we are doing. So, what is AI? I hope there's nobody who doesn't know, but there's a different meanings given. So I'd really like you to know that today, the current thing is there is no single definition. Next slide. There's no single definition of AI. Rather, it is based as a catch-all term for a computer system that simulates human intelligence and performs complex tasks such as learning, reasoning, problem solving, and autonomy. The term AI, when they say AI, it means something more than the chat box, is an overarching system in which different AI models form subsets. Machine learning is the subset that is directly under AI, and deep learning is a type of machine learning that uses artificial neural networks to learn from data. A neural network is a machine learning model that makes decisions similar to human beings. Now what happens when all this, you heard the figures I was talking, billions, trillions of dollars. You know what happened to San Francisco during the gold rush? That is now on slide 5. Keep it on the slide, right? You don't, because then it's easier. Don't switch to the pace, right? I'll speak loud, I'm speaking loud enough, keep it on. The AI gold rush. You remember what happened to San Francisco? It was a place where everybody ran to find gold, money. The introduction of OpenAI, ChatGPT in the late 2022, and AI chatbox cemented AI's impact on the zeitgeist, with ChatGPT reaching an estimated 100 million monthly active users 2 months after it was launched. ChatGPT is a form of generative AI and can be defined as computational techniques that are capable of generating seemingly new, meaningful content such as text, images, or audios from data training. It was lauded as a great technological breakthrough, so much so that generative AI has become a $1.3 trillion US market by 2032. Look at the figures. Just think of it for a moment. Following the launch of ChatGPT, Microsoft and Google shifted their entire corporate strategies to seize control of what they consider as a new, growing infrastructure layer of the economy. Microsoft is investing $10 billion in OpenAI alone and announcing plans to integrate generative AI into an office software search engine, Bing. While Google's response to the success of the ChatGPT rushed its own search-oriented chatbot. So the competition, can you see how it's sucking in? It's taking all the energy. The gold rush around AI has led to backing by corporate giants and venture capitalists, with venture capital investment in AI in the US totaling $290 billion over the last 5 years. However, there are risks of prioritizing growth over safety. AI has the capacity to do good and benefit millions. But even tools designed for good can have unforeseen and devastating consequences. It is indeed slide 7, too good to be true. Slide 7, I don't know the number, the next slide, right? The economic impact of data sensors. Now this is really important. This is good for your own research later on. AI from a user's perspective is often thought of as a nebulous concept, with most of the mechanisms behind creation operating being purely virtual. However, it is important to examine both the software and the hardware life cycles of AI. A holistic view of the environmental impact of the phases of the life cycle is needed, as they have significant and direct climatic impacts. The software life cycle involves data collection, preparation, model development, training, interference, maintenance, and retirement. While the hardware life cycle involves the production of computer chips, which I will be talking in the next lecture, and the construction and operation of data centers. The hardware stage begins with the extraction of raw materials, then into manufacturing and the construction of data centers, finally culminating the operation of disposable e-waste. And when I'm dealing with the next lecture, I'll deal with some of the most poisonous, you know about it, right? Some of the most poisonous elements, without us knowing, is being used. It's been extracted through the devastation to certain humanities in poor countries. What are data centers? A data center is a physical location that stores computing infrastructure and related to hardware equipment that IT systems require, such as servers, data storage drives, network equipment, and specialized AI accelerators. We don't hear these terms, do we, when you are talking about it? What is in it? AI is reshaping the data center infrastructure. It requires enormous amount of computing power and data storage space for training and running models. Data centers can provide significant opportunities for global economies, contributing heavily to the economic development of the nations they are located in, as evidenced by the economic impact of Google opening its first South American data center in Chile. This is the sad story of what happened in South America. So what were the benefits? People were told, the politicians were told, Google invested $290 million in Chilean data centers. Together with its clean energy operations, data capital investments, 8,179 jobs throughout South America by 2020. Generated $105 million in income for workers through South America. And so much more. I'll touch on this slide later on. Whilst this was all being generated, they even planned to build a second data center in Chile. It was too good to be true. I was delighted to hear the retired IAS lady touched on it, and it gives me a good open to walk into this particular point. Water. Latin America, where Chile is in Latin America, and when this data center opened, Latin America is impacted today by extreme climate events, especially intensified, drought driven by climate change. Uruguay suffered the worst recorded drought in 7 decades. Montevideo was the first capital in the world to arrive at day 0 and run out of potable water, according to the environmentalist Eduardo Godinez. The government dealt with the crisis. How? By relaxing its drinking water standards, and for the first time allowed citizens and residents to drink from the salt-tasting Rio de la Plata, the estuary formed by the confluence of the Uruguay River and the Paraná River. A severe drought has battered Chile for 15 years, and reservoirs in Chile are running dry, endangering access to drinking water in the nation. It has resulted more than half of the country's 1.19 million people living in areas suffering from severe water scarcity by the start of 2022. Existing data centers are already having very real impact on the global environment, especially in the world's energy and freshwater supply. The demand of the data centers increases the problem they're likely to get worse. Data centers require large quantity of water for the cooling system mechanism, which can worsen prolonged droughts in water-stressed areas like Arizona and Chile and strain on the local freshwater supply. However, it is extremely difficult to estimate current data center water consumption, as less than a third of the data center operators actively track water usage. It is only they. Microsoft disclosed that it alone consumed 1.7 billion gallons of water in 2022. Do you see this on the news? Do you see this every time? Is there a warning? This takes. And then there was a case. It was filed, and please take the, you have the, where are you? I'm in slide 9, I think. Municipality of Cerrillos, Google data entry versus evaluation of, that's the case. It came up in the Chilean code, and they went into it. The petitioner filed an administration action against the approval of this Cerrillos data center. A Google Chile mega project involving the establishment of technological data storage centers, which requires a powerful cooling system to the large number of servers in there. And what happens thereafter? Go to I think it's the last slide. Hello, are you on the phone? Okay. Take it back to the last slide, please. So the more virtual we become, thank you, madam, from the IAS where you spoke, the more water we need. Google announced that it would revise the project in Chile to comply with stringent. Now, Google got stuck because of the court case. That is why I'm telling you, scrutinize checks and balances is yours and my duty. In our courts, you know, we get things, now we are finding that there's huge constitutional problems on the new, the AI where you have courts going into recidivism and the computer gives the answer of the sentence. Huge issues, because we are fair, we are just, that is what the court stands for. We cannot let anybody take it without scrutiny. If it's good, we can use it. So Google now is saying that they are confirming the development of a data center in Uruguay. And again, Uruguay faces extreme drought in the planned place. And what had happened was the people suffers. They talked about it and they refused to have it in their country because they realized it for the cooling of the building. This is at the exploratory stage, and they have now agreed. You see, when you criticize them, when you scrutinize them, when your voices are heard, believe you me, the universities are getting more and more powerful. The voices are being heard in Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh, not through violence, but just in protest, in topics, and translate what you are writing, you know. It is so important. So, and when you do, you are the eyes and ears of the poor, the person who doesn't have a glass of water, whose women have to walk miles to get pots of water and carry it on their head and come. The children who are drinking water made from making their milk powder with water where there's all these chips buried and those terribly hazardous material. We talk of hospital waste. Where are we talking of disposable of hazardous waste? So I'll touch that on my next one. So thus, there is an ever-evolving digital landscape. The need for good governance is essential to ensure the development is sustainable. And you and I, and these wonderful ladies and men here, we are the governance of our part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful presentation. And now we arrive at a crucial segment of keynote address. It's an honor to invite Professor Amita Singh, former professor of JNU and former Secretary General of NAPSIPAG, to share her insights with us. Please, ma'am.
Hello everyone, my young friends, and the rest of them, always young at heart friends. So, climate change. It's good, it's change. Something is changing somewhere. But when I start from my home, everyone asks me, another climate change conference? Are you going to churn out the same thing over there? Climate change is becoming a big mafia. This is how the people are looking at it. And why is it so? Because see, I'll give you a little picture. A scientist peeps out of the window and says, climate change is coming, I think that's climate change. A social scientist would thunder in the classroom, hey, you guys, you're still sitting here, and the climate change has arrived, and the government is doing nothing. And then we have mathematicians, absolutely drunken heads into their files, churning out data. This is it. So many rocks have collapsed. Endangered species. Rivers are gone. Who's drunk off the Amazonian water? And everyone gets a good debate. So the change is actually coming in our perspective. We have all got at least something very refreshing to talk about. But there, I would be doing great injustice with this great organizing team. I have these lovely names here with me. I know them so personally. Mrityunjay, who's worked very hard with us. We have Anjan Prusthi, always working with us. I think for the last 1 year or so, we've been, discussing on and off about animals and ocean and marine. Geetanjali, dear friend, but the ablest administrator, woman administrator, that we've seen for churning, unfolding new ideas to the young people. And a number of others, who've joined them, and I can't name all of them, but they are all here, and I see them around me. And please take it as my very grateful and thankful gaze at your great work. So now I come to my topic. This climate change, if it wasn't there, let's go through a null hypothesis. As Ramachandra Guha said a few months ago, he said if climate change wasn't there, the world would have still suffered all that we are suffering today. And this actually brought a great debate into all the environmental circles, because if it's coming from a historian like Ramachandra Guha, we need to really look deeply into the perspective, what are we doing? Are we actually looking like the scientists and social scientists and others, mathematicians, outside the window and saying climate change are coming as if it's some storm coming out, and we need to rush up with our all emergency management systems and save yourself, save your lives, human security is at stake? Are we all going to do that? Climate change is here, right here, we are doing it. Each one of us is doing climate change, we are bringing climate change. Each one of us. The way we use cosmetics, the way we wear our clothes, the way we carry ourselves, the way we use the furniture and the IT and the AI and everything that we eat is bringing climate change. It's within us. And we are looking for solutions outside. Who can be the greater fool than any one of us? Where are the solutions? So to begin with that, I know it's a very tough journey to call yourself a fool and say, I'm bringing climate change, and nobody agrees to it, and everyone looks at the government. They should be doing it. And we don't look at that. And so, let me start with a very optimistic perspective, and then we'll come to the critique of that optimism to reach out to where we are missing out on understanding the climate change, and then to the solutions. I would try to frame it like that. Let me see how much I succeed into that. There is a treat of treaties in 2025. The treat of treaties which were long pending, and everyone had been making a noise in all the SDGs forums, Sustainable Development forums. Global Pandemic Treaty, likely to be signed by May 2025. Plastics Treaty, 7th session of UN Environmental Agency on advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. This we, all climate change specialists, had been looking forward to. Elimination of mercury in all the kind of cosmetics. Cosmetics is a big industry. We may be just one individual using it, but it's flowing into the ocean. And I'll come to that. When it flows into the ocean, what it brings. So mercury is deadly. And then this is the 5th Conference of Parties, Minamata Conference. Then the 3rd UN Ocean Conference on Global SDG, especially to deal with one goal, that is goal 14, save the oceans. And I'm giving an extremely important place to ocean when we talk about climate change. And I'll come to it, why we have neglected ocean and we are sitting on one little boat which is flowing over the ocean, and we are just protecting that boat, not the ocean which pulls the boat. And the last of it is international trade in endangered species. These are about total of 6 conferences that climate change specialists had been beating on the table that we must have it so that we have climate change, and we are having it this year. Do you think this would undo the climate change or mitigate the impact of the climate change? I see no hope. There may be conferences spending a huge amount of money. Our taxes are going to increase. Many people, because of the taxes, are going to become poor. The unorganized sector would be overlooked and bypassed. We already have 4,000 plus unorganized sector NGOs out of jobs. We will again have little more addition to it. We will be more suspicious about each other. We will do greater surveillance against each other through AI, because AI is coming in. We will have huge investments in the army and the police forces, and no climate change solutions. So we come to that. We've already seen the Paris Pact and SDGs have imposed some regulation. It's like tying the human body and saying, you cannot do that. And so very good that nations and policymakers are at least somewhere finding some light, some direction on a minimal basis, lowest common denominator, what they should do. So Paris Pact, when it says 1.5 degrees and no more, and try to stick to that level, it indicates that governments should be doing that. And what the government does? Diverts the whole policy to environment-friendly technology. But back end, there is no change. Sustainable development goals, huge profits out of sustainable development goals. I don't have time to give you the whole statistics and data, but if you read my articles and papers, you'll find the critical analysis of climate change and sustainable development demand for adaptation, whether being fulfilled or not. Now, when all this is happening, big things are happening, we should be happy about it, right? All the youngsters sitting there, you have a world to move into, you still have to step into this world where the rivers are going to be without water, where you'll have no drinking water. All this luxury would be gone. Maybe you'll have to organize your conference without an air conditioner, without these lights. Maybe you'll have to cook your own food, only that much that you wish to eat. You can't cook it for a week and refrigerate it. Lots of troubles are there in your future. And are we directed to think about it? That this is the time we are heading towards, and we are having repeated policy makers' discourses going on something which does not directly matter to us. And I'm saying it very clearly because I'm a retired professor. I have nobody to look forward to. So I'm not even concerned about who listens and who does not listen, but at least I'm in a position to speak the facts. These are absolutely not required in climate change. And I'll come to the point what climate change requires. Now I'll start from one very interesting example. Have you gone through the 2023 forest report? Anjan must have gone through it. I won't ask you what you actually found in it, but I found something there. And I had a long discussion in the Center for Science and Environment on what this forest report actually indicates. There was a celebration, do you know? When this forest report was brought out, 2023 report brought out only in December, just a month ago. And there was a huge celebration, and you know why the celebration was? They said that forest cover has increased by 1440 square kilometers, so celebrate. And everyone was celebrating. It's interesting, right? Because everyone just does that what you are asked to do. Such disciplined people in this country. You just do what you are asked to do. You believe what you are made to believe. Don't we have our heads, our education, our training to actually counter the move and say, why 1440, but where? You see the forest, right? You see the forest. I love this university because I see the forest. That forest matches my ability to traverse through it. I can't traverse the dense forest, but this forest is just fine for me. But is this the forest that our country needs? Congratulations to the university, they are maintaining that. But this forest is just nothing, because this is not needed into the vast, vast requirement that we have, because the real forest is not this. So, let me explain the statistics to you. This is only 156 square kilometer of forest cover with a canopy of 10% or more. Because any real forest that you really breathe and you really need for cleaning this air in this dirty world is a forest with a canopy of 10 hectare or more, nothing less. Is it 10 hectare or more? No. JNU with all the forest cover? No. Delhi with all the forest cover? No. Nothing. It's only adding trees into this earth. These trees, we are damaging, it's a deadly massacre of our environment when we push a little baby to do what? Child labor. We are pushing these poor trees to child labor. They don't have the capacity to clean the air, and we are growing them again and again, and we are telling them, hey, clean the air. They have no capacity. No capacity to clean the air. In 1 year, one tree can give oxygen for only 2 in a family, and a new tree. And here, see the forest report. It says, it does not say that 89% of this, what they refer to as 1445 square miles of forest, 89% of it is only a tree cover of no use. And then, between 2021 and 23, go into the critical analysis of the forest cover, which I'm sorry, scientists don't go. Because they only see, I'll tell you more, because in Kerala also they said, oh, we've increased the fish when we were going around. And when we went to the Oceanographic Institute in Kochi, and we said that your fisher folk is extremely unhappy because they say they have to go 6 kilometers inside to catch one fish, and they catch 1 or 2 fish in a week to earn their livelihood. Where have all the fish gone? They said, no, look at the data, we have this. It ended up with the fact that only the small fish increased. The big fish are all dead, or they moved into the ocean, inner ocean. I'll come to that, which we call the abyss. And that doesn't bring livelihood to the fisher folk. Exactly the same way is happened with that. 2021-23, we lost 231 square kilometers of forest. Because 9,500 square kilometers of forest was diverted to non-forest use. And we didn't stop that. There was no seminar on it. There was no activism on it, because we sealed our lips and we put a plastic tape on our speech. There is a Green India Mission, 2014. It was introduced in 2014, Green India Mission. And in the Green India Mission, did a very good job. They gave about 80 to 90 crores to most of the states that had a long history of forest management, and they had forests. I'll just mention 2 states here. I can't go into the details, Madhya Pradesh and Odisha, because I am here. Madhya Pradesh got around 90 crores to revive their forests. 90 crores is a huge amount to revive the forest, because they were losing the forest, dense forest, to non-forest use. I can bring the huge statistics. The huge dense forests were converted to non-forest. And yet, they consumed all the money. They consumed 88 crores out of 90 crores. And 5,353 dense forest was degraded at the end of it. Is this statistics anywhere in memory or picture or your researches, my dear young friends? Odisha got 80 crores. 74 crores were consumed. The budget was given. 1,600 square kilometer dense forest was degraded. Now, does it justify my saying that we create climate change? You agree or not? You tell me. You agree? If you agree, then I proceed further. Agree or not? Yes. Agree? All right. Fine. Even if one person says agree, I'll just move on. Okay. There's a very good book that recently has come in by C.P. Rajendran. Maybe Professor Anil would know about it. The Rumbling Earth. It has a story to tell how earthquakes occur. And the story has a number of things in which we have not really taken thoughts about to look at the earth. We look at the earth in a different manner. You do this, you do that, we have to do this, you have to do that. This is the budget, and this is what the performance of a policymaker is, and then QED, finished. The Rumbling Earth tells us a story. And that is why this is the most read book currently by all geophysicists and social scientists also. What is planet Earth? What is planet Earth? It has 3/4 of water, right? We know this from our childhood, we've been. It is 4.5 billion years old. 4.5 billion years old. It has seen so much. It's a history in the making despite living for 4.5 billion years. 3/4 of it is still unknown to humanity. Any one of us, even the scholars like Anjan, best scholars in the world, international bodies who are talking about marine ecology and life under sea, they have no idea that 3/4 of this ocean is unknown to us. It's called the secret realm of sea. It's 197 million square miles. No, sorry. 197 million square miles is all that we have in planet Earth, the volume, of which 139 million square miles is water. Now just look at that. I don't need to move further. 197 million square miles is the volume of the earth. 139 million square miles is ocean. The Atlantic, Indian, Arctic, Mediterranean, Baltic, the white, black, and the Red Sea. And that is where our life is. Why? The ocean is not just that, it is also three-dimensional. If you look at, the social scientists generally miss out on the geophysical characteristics of that which give life and change the climate. See, climate is the mother goddess. Climate is a mother goddess. We know seasons. Seasons come and seasons go. Mausam bahar, mausam gaya. You know that mausam, it's very close to us. We enjoy because flowers change, agriculture, harvest, everything change. Climate is the mother goddess. If mother goddess gets angry, there will be pralay. There will be a disaster. And we have entered into the fact that we are hitting out on the womb of the mother goddess. And we are all doing it. And this ocean ecology will tell you, 9/10 of it in the ocean, 9/10 of this ocean that I talk about, 139 square miles. Do you know how deep it is? It is 200 miles deep, plus 200 miles plus deep. It is called the abyss. We call it abyss. This abyss is where the whole life lives, and we are not even talking about it. This is where the actual crime against the earth takes place. The real crime takes place at the abyss because there are thousands of creatures, and these creatures are not terrestrial creatures because the bird will move around, only migratory birds go far away. Dogs, cows, any animal, tigers, lions, they have a territorial system. But sea animals don't have a territorial system. They drift very far off. And when they drift very far off, they carry the ecosystem with them. They carry the whole system of life with them. And without going very deep into it, it's one of the most extensive environment for our planet, which is the abyss. And This abyss has very little knowledge in our legal system, that is the continental shelf. You move into the beach of the ocean, walk inside the sea, or go into the ship, and suddenly it plunges deep into the 200 meters that goes slopey into the continental shelf, for which there is international law. Kokila is here who works on that. But that is just 1/3 of what actually is life. If we look at the terrestrial thing, the highest mountain on this terrestrial earth is 29,000 feet. The deepest in the earth, deepest in the ocean, in the abyss, the mountain height is 36,200 feet. That we see this at the Mariana Beach, which is a well-known beach, and we know that that trench that it creates, the life that it has into those mountains is exactly like the terrestrial thing, but it is so much more. It is huge amount, enormous amount, and that is where we need to conserve. Now there's another thing, if once I finish on abyss, that we have ignored, because there is still no policy on protecting the abyss, because these sea creatures are into the whole process of preventing the climate change. The photoplanktons which are there give us 50% of the oxygen that we breathe over the earth. We only have 50% out of the forest that we have, but 50% come from the photoplanktons. They are also into a huge amount of conversion of the toxic gases into life-friendly gases. So that is totally missed out. There is no international conference that has focused on the abyss so far. The second is the fact that we have failed to understand drifting continents in climate change. What the drifting continents mean in climate change. I'll come to that. See, we are actually like, we are human beings and we think we are very powerful. We are drunk in arrogance of our power, and we think we are here in the earth to move it forever. But we are like somebody sitting, this whole human race is like somebody sitting on the rind of R-I-N-D, rind of the peel. I'm talking about the peel of a very ripe fruit. You can slide over, because this whole earth is like that rind, the peel of a very ripe fruit, and we are sitting on it. Can you imagine your human existence? The whole human race, imagine it for a second. Hey, youngsters at the back, do you know? The whole human race, whole humanity, billions of people are sitting on that thin rind of a very ripe fruit, ready to slide off. Because that is only earth we have. That is the only land we have. That is the only habitation we have, the unholy existence that we have. And then we've ignored the drifting mountains, which have come out of the rupture at the bottom of the abyss. That deadly rupture that has happened at the bottom of the ocean is splitting this thin rind. And if geophysical scientists have to be believed, there are lots of countries that fit into each other where they have broken apart. The European, Asian, Australasian, Australia to Asia, Africa fits in so well into Europe than anyone else. So they are fitting in well. So the drifting continent scheme is very well established. But the wound of the earth are still fresh where it got fractured. They are still bleeding. And why I say bleeding? Because where it got ruptured, there you still have the most active volcanoes. Those are the places, interestingly, which are indicating wake up humanity, because they are the places where you have the most active volcanoes. And if you don't wake up in time, there are going to be more fractures next to it. And these fractures are going to split the earth and we'll go somewhere, which we call disasters. So at the end of my lecture, I come to one very simple solution, which is that all social scientists, geomorphologists, stratigrapher, pedologist, paleontologists, and polymorphologists should all come together and talk about the wounds of the planet Earth, which we have been inflicting repeatedly and failing to acknowledge it and just being satisfying ourselves with the little bit crumbs that are thrown upon you shamelessly by one government after the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting the tone of very thought-provoking issues on climate change and climate resilience. Now it's time to felicitate our honored guests on the dais. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, to kindly felicitate the keynote speaker and former General Secretary of NAPSIPAG, Professor Amita Singh. We express our indebtedness and gratitude for Madam your presence and gracing the occasion. And have a big round of applause for this moment. I also request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, to kindly felicitate Madam Neel Kamal Darbari, the distinguished guest of this occasion. I also take this opportunity to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, to kindly felicitate our distinguished guest, Justice Shirane Tilakawardane, on this auspicious occasion. Now I request our former General Secretary, Madam Amita Singh, to kindly felicitate our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, the current General Secretary of NAPSIPAG. Now, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, to have her presidential remark on this occasion. Madam, please.
Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, Professor Amita Singh, the Secretary General of NAPSIPAG till date, distinguished guests, Madam Nilkamal Darbari and Madam Justice Sirani Tilakawardane, our Chairman PG Council in absentia. We have another function today. This is Parakram Divas. He is managing that in my absence. And Professor Swai, Professor Anjan Prusti, all delegates, distinguished delegates, eminent scientists, academia, people from academia, all international and national resource persons, invited speakers, ladies and gentlemen, students, research scholars, delegates, media friends. I welcome all of you to this international conference organized by NAPSIPAG in our campus. First of all, I wish to convey my gratitude to Professor Amita Singh to have facilitated to organize this conference on our campus with all her support and the support of NAPSIPAG. I am indebted to all the members of NAPSIPAG family, and also I congratulate the organizers for arranging this conference on our campus on a theme which is very relevant to this part of the globe, because this city, this area is always vulnerable. It is in the most vulnerable part when we talk of climate change. My earlier speakers have highlighted very relevant things. Madam Darbari has a very, very long-standing experience in administration. She was doing wonders in Rajasthan. She spoke on very importantly, she spoke on the micro-irrigation and successfully how they implemented it in Rajasthan. Madam Tilakawardane, she was talking on climate change and AI. And Amita ma'am, it was a very, very comprehensive talk. Nothing more is left. I told her after you spoke, I don't think anything is left to speak on the starting from the Paris Pact, the Forest Report, Green India Mission. She really unveiled the secrets of forest and ocean, forest ecology, ocean ecology, the drifting continents, etc., etc., etc. So it was a very comprehensive talk. One thing was coming to my mind, just 2 days back when we were talking on climate change in Orissa and its future challenges, etc. We have in Gaveshana Chakra, we have a Mukta Mancha concept where 9 speakers were there. There is always a dialogue and debate and discussion. It is more a debate on climate change was going on. And most of the social activists who gathered here, it was a platform of mostly social activists, people from civil society, people from academics, and it was a big gathering. So most of them started with the talk that climate change has a political economy. It is a political economy issue. So unless we understand the political economy of the state and the process of development, we cannot discuss climate change. So I'll not go into the deep analysis of it. And I am extremely thankful to the to all our supporters like Government of Odisha, ICSSR, SCRB, NABARD, and all those who have supported us on this occasion. I'm sure we also have people from diverse fields here. I find eminent scientists are there, social scientists are there, policy makers are there, judges are there, and Lalita Madam was the former Secretary General of NAPSIPAG. She's there, and so many international guests are there. So we can also analyze different perspectives. The perspectives will vary definitely because the way we are groomed up, our perspective is designed accordingly in the society. So I'll just, some of my stray thoughts I have jotted down. We find ourselves at a very critical juncture today in history, one where the consequences of climate change are no longer distant threats, but it is a present reality, and it threatens our very existence and thereby demand our immediate attention. While we are having a discourse on climate change and its impact threatening the survival of humanity and other beings, a part of the world is burning due to wildfire that is Los Angeles, California. All of us are aware. $150 billion, that's the staggering estimate of loss inflicted by wildfire in Los Angeles so far. Thousands of people evacuated, hundreds have been left homeless, witnessing their homes turned to ashes. Many died. Irreversible damage of biodiversity resulted by climate-induced disasters. While we speak here, while we are discussing here, the firefighters are currently struggling around the clock to get flames under control. $200 billion Hurricane Helene, which ripped through 6 US states last year, inflicted this amount, estimated billion in economic losses. The list is endless, always as it is. While the World Meteorological Report states the extreme weather, climate, and water-related events caused almost $1.5 trillion of economic loss in the decade to 2019, considerably increased from $184 billion in the what used to be in the 70s. The real figure is likely to be significantly higher as many losses go unreported. However, the situation far more is distressing in poor and developing nations. As all of us know, people who live in the global south, they suffer a lot, where no government continue to grapple with the challenge of providing even the most basic amenities to their populations. According to Climate Vulnerability Economic Loss Report, climate change has eliminated 1/5 of the wealth of the V20, vulnerable 20, over last 2 decades. Initial evidence shows that V20 would have been 20% wealthier today had it not been for climate change, and the loss is incurred for poor and vulnerable economies. All of us belong to this South Asian part, so we suffer the same fate while we discuss climate change. Even though the global south is disproportionately affected by climate change, the South Asian region is even more affected because of its greater susceptibility to various climate hazards, for which it is identified as the most vulnerable by IPCC. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, South Asia's monsoon precipitation is expected to rise, increasing the danger of flooding, the lengthening of the duration of inundation. The urgent need for comprehensive climate action is further highlighted by the United Nations, which noted that Asia is the most disaster-prone area in the world, with over 100 million people impacted by climate-related disasters each year. World Economic Forum rightfully highlights that India faces the dual challenges of mitigating emissions while adapting to the crisis, especially when a large section of the population is dependent on agriculture. The Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations emphasize how urgent it is for countries like India to reduce emissions and increase resilience because the social and economic consequences of inaction would disproportionately impact the most vulnerable populations such as farming, coastal and rural communities. Therefore, climate change escalates the threat to India's food security and economic stability in addition to endangering the country's sustainable growth. In the upcoming decades, the nation is expected to see more frequent and severe heat waves, extreme rainfall events, and unpredictable monsoons. The country's warmest decade occurred between 2010 to 2019. India's public health, water supply, and food security are all seriously threatened by these climate changes. Furthermore, India was ranked as the 7th most susceptible nation in the world to the effects of climate change in 2019 by Global Climate Risk Index, underscoring the country's vulnerability to environmental degradation and the escalation of socio-economic inequality. The eastern Indian state, Odisha, owing to its geographical position and its long coastline, it is still subjected to increased climate-induced threats. Since many people in the state still depend upon agriculture sector for their livelihood, they are subjected to the harsh impact of changing climate. Unfortunately, in the absence of very effective irrigation facilities, overdependence on paddy, which is relatively more vulnerable to climate change, traditional farming practices, the state's damage due to climate multiplies even further. From 2011 onwards, though Odisha witnesses double-digit growth in agricultural sectors, it faces hazards in each alternative year due to erratic and changing climates. Ganjam, this part is located within Ganjam, the southern Odisha district, due to its geographical region and district's over-reliance on agriculture, is also a critical victim of the constant climate threats. Due to the district's rural location and high tribal population, there may be more risk to people's lives, means of subsistence, and southern Odisha's rich, varied, and very distinctive culture. The fear that is expressed in IPCC reports highlighting the increased vulnerability of the coastal communities is already found to be true in the recent meteorological report, which shows elevated temperature pattern and erratic cyclonic patterns. It poses great threat to the rich biodiversity of the Ganjam district and also the South Odisha. An appropriate example is the declining quantity of fish in Chilika, as well as their declining sizes and varieties. Amita ma'am was also suggesting to that the size of the fish is becoming small. And this explains why districts like Ganjam are more vulnerable to climate change, endangering their variety, culture, and life. While the world still has many climate change deniers, the scientific consensus is clear. Climate change is accelerating at an unprecedented rate, driven primarily by human activities. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned us that we are already experiencing significant shifts in weather patterns, rising sea level, and increased frequency and intensity of extreme climate events. These changes are not just environmental issues, they have profound implications for social equity, economic stability, and global security. As we reflect upon the consequences of climate change, it is critical to recognize that it exacerbates the existing inequalities, disproportionately hurting the most vulnerable communities. According to the World Bank, climate change might force another 130 million people into extreme poverty by 2030. So this startling number highlights the critical need for measures that address the connection between climate change and poverty. In many developing countries, livelihoods depend heavily on agriculture, which is highly vulnerable to climate variations. Recent droughts in sub-Saharan Africa can be given as an example. It has had disastrous implications for millions of people who rely on subsistence farming. Then again, as we reflect upon the repercussions of climate change related disasters, we must also consider the rise of ecological refugees. All my predecessors have also emphasized on that. People who have been relocated due to environmental degradation or severe weather conditions. This phenomenon contributes substantial problems to governing institutions across the world. While climate-induced disasters forcibly displaced 376 million people since 2008, the year 2022 alone witnessed 32.6 million numbers of climate refugees. So this is also startling. Climate change could also result job loss in many spheres. It has been highlighted by the International Labour Organization. Then coming to the theme of the conference, revisiting policy frameworks to mitigate the impact of climate change. To successfully address these difficulties posed by climate change, we must review our policy frameworks. The policy structure at the first needs to recognize the disproportionate impact of climate change, and it cannot be neutral in its approach towards the marginalized and underprivileged who are more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and less equipped to address the same. The climate policy framework must be people-centric and have a bottom-up approach, incorporating the voices from the grassroots. The renewed policy framework also necessitates to study the impact of climate change on the marginalized section from an intersection perspective to understand their increased vulnerability. Urban regions becoming increasingly vulnerable to climate impacts due to their high population density and infrastructural weaknesses. Cities are frequently at the vanguard of climate-related calamities such as flooding caused by extreme rainfall or storm surges caused by rising sea levels, which may destroy urban infrastructure and displace residents. So this is also very alarming. Climate resilience has to be an essential policy for city planning under sustainable urban governance, incorporating climate resilient infrastructure, green infrastructure like parks, green roofs, and permeable surfaces that control storm-water, but at the same time help improve urban biodiversity. We at Berhampur University have also installed 8 rooftop rainwater harvesting systems to minimize the wastage of precious rainwater. Recognizing that agriculture still remains a major source of livelihood for many rural dwelling communities, sustainability in agriculture for rural areas cannot be ignored through policies. One of the essential approaches to resiliency amid climate change is agroecological methodologies such as crop diversification. Madam Nilkamal was highlighting that part very elaborately. Organic farming, integrated farming, which have been proven for improving soil's health and incrementing the crop produce. We also negotiate the complex difficulties brought about by climate change. It is critical to emphasize accountability and transparency within governance framework. Climate justice is more than an ethical obligation. It is necessary for building trust between government and communities affected by climate change. So what was spoken in COP26 at Glasgow, I quote, "We need to ensure climate action and to make it inclusive and equitable," unquote. So that is important. Then it becomes mandatory for all the institutions of governance for them to comply with the commitments of the international agreement of the Paris Agreement. We must advocate robust policy responses that address the need of these displaced populations. Many population are displaced climate refugees. We have seen in large numbers. So legal frameworks should be established to protect ecological refugees' rights and ensure their access to essential services such as healthcare, education, and employment opportunities. Another area is biodiversity conservation. It is integral to sustainable development efforts aimed at combating climate change. Healthy ecosystems provide essential services such as clean water, air purification, pollination of crops, carbon sequestration, etc. All critical components for human survival. Most important is indigenous communities around the world who possesses the invaluable knowledge about sustainable land management practices honed over centuries through their deep connection with nature. Here in South Orissa, it will not be irrelevant to mention that this part of South Orissa is having more than 50% of the population in 4 districts, more than 50% of the population are Adivasis, and there is a treasure of indigenous knowledge which we can try to explore, and we can take their advice also. Recognizing and integrating this indigenous knowledge into policy making can also enhance our efforts towards sustainability. We must rely our age-old traditions and indigenous knowledge tradition which have successfully stood over time to address natural calamities. The ancient Indian traditions, unlike the West, neither it treat the nature as an instrument for fulfilling human desire nor it treat human as superior being over all other beings. It has always demonstrated a harmonious coexistence with nature as opposed to the West's exploitative relation with the environment. Let us build a just and sustainable and inclusive world. As we confront these multifaceted challenges, from the impact on poverty and unemployment to sustainable urban governance, we resolve to reviewing our public policies with a focus on sustainability, fairness, resilience, and most importantly, justice. Climate justice is always highlighted in most of our conferences. Let us leverage this momentous occasion not only as a platform for dialogue, but also as a catalyst for action. Let us take a pledge to vigorously campaign for transformative policies that will create, be a chart a course for a just, sustainable, and equitable future for generations to come. Thank you all for giving a patient hearing and for attending this conference, and my sincere thanks to all the resource persons on the dais and off the dais to have accepted our request. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words of wisdom and exhaustive address. To conclude this inaugural session, may I now invite Dr. Tamogna Acharya, sir, Head Department of Marine Sciences, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to extend our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the organizing committee of the International Conference on Revisiting Public Policy and Governance in Times of Climate Change under the aegis of NAPSIPAC, Berhampur University. First and foremost, I express our deepest gratitude to Professor Gitanjali Das, our esteemed Vice Chancellor, also Chairperson and Secretary General NAPSIPAC, for her inspiring leadership and unwavering support. Her vision has been instrumental in hosting this prestigious event at Berhampur University. Thank you so much, ma'am. I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Shukam Kumar Tripathi in absentia, Chairman of the Postgraduate Council, for his guidance and leadership which have ensured the smooth planning and execution of the conference. I am profoundly grateful to our distinguished guests, Ms. Darbari, Justice Tilakawardane, and Ms. Rupa Sahu in absentia, and our keynote speaker, Professor Amita Singh, for their insightful addresses, which have set the tone for meaningful deliberations over the next few days. My heartfelt thanks go to Professor Mrityunjay Swai sir, convener and organizing secretary of this conference, for his meticulous planning and relentless efforts in making this event a grand success. I also thank Professor B. Anjan Kumar Pushti, the co-convener, for his remarkable contributions in coordinating various aspects of this event. Sincere thanks to Professor Sudhakar Patro sir, Coordinator NAPSIPAG, for his guidance and leadership. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the faculty members, staff and student volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that every detail is attended to. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to all the participants, delegates, media persons, sponsors, and attendees for joining us and contributing to this intellectual exchange. Let us look forward to an enriching and productive conference. Thank you all once again. Jai Hind. Now I request all to rise for national anthem. अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। Now I request our dignitaries on the dais to have a group photograph along with the resource persons. I request all the resource persons and invited delegates to come on stage to have a group photograph with the guests of this inaugural session. Yes.
मैडम प्लीज आप आगे चलिए।
Now those PhD scholars who are here, you please come to have a photograph. Okay, some students you can come forward for a group photograph. PG students and PhD scholars. Yeah.
I have a small announcement to make. Those of you who are presenting papers, so you are suggested to post your presentations to the respective WhatsApp group so that we can get started without further delay. Technical session is going to be started just within few hours ahead of time. Thank you.
With a short break of 10 minutes, we will commence the technical session. I request everyone, we will commence the plenary session. I request everyone to reassemble within 10 minutes. The tea is served in the food court. Those who have already sent their power presentation in the WhatsApp group need to ignore the earlier message. Those who have not sent, please send your PowerPoint presentation through the respective WhatsApp group. The tea is being served in the food court. I request everyone for the reassembly within 10 minutes for the commencement of the plenary session.
Hello, hello. All the participants are requested to come into the hall. We will start the session in just 2 minutes. All the volunteers are requested to help the participant come inside the hall and be seated in their respective places. Thank you. I request all the participants who are outside to come inside the hall, please. We are going to start the session.
I request everyone, those who are outside the conference hall, please get in. We will commence the plenary session. once again welcome you all to this international conference plenary session. So in the first plenary session of this conference, I request everyone to maintain silence for the plenary session. So with a big round of applause, let's invite the chairperson of the technical session of the plenary session 1, Madam Abha Mishra, to kindly grace the occasion as the chairperson of the session. Have a big round of applause. And joining the chairperson on the dais, I also request the plenary speakers of this first plenary session, Madam Nilkamal Darbari, to kindly join on the dais. I also request Professor Anil Kumar Gupta to kindly join the dais. Madam Nidhi Jamwal, Senior Journalist, Science and Environment, to kindly join the dais. And I request Dr. Rakesh Paul, Assistant Professor from the Department of Environmental Science, to join the dais as the session rapporteur. I also request him to have the introduction of the plenary speakers. Student volunteers, please proceed for the floral reception of our plenary speakers, please. So I request the session rapporteur to have the introduction of the plenary speakers. Dr. Paul.
Thank you so much, Savda sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Dr. Rakesh Paul, welcome you all to the first plenary session of the International Conference on Revisiting Public Policy and Governance in Times of Climate Change 2025. The session will focus on diversified issues in the topics starting from climate policy to disaster risk reduction to impact of climate change in the mighty Himalayas. And the discussion will provide us a broader perspective from a bureaucratic, academic as well as journalist point of view. But before going to the speaker, I would like to invite the chair of the session, Abha Mishra ma'am, to deliver her speech. Before that, I would like to introduce her. Madam Abha Mishra ji, head of the UNDP State Office Odisha, has been in the position since 8 years. Prior to this, she has been a project coordinator for more than 16 years in climate change in urban areas, UNDP India. She has worked at National United Nations volunteer, started from the devastating 1999 super cyclone in Odisha. She leads development programs focused on sustainability, climate resilience, and community empowerment. With a rich background in international development and policy implementation, she has been instrumental in driving initiatives that align with the global sustainable development goals. She has moderated various climate activity initiatives like empowering communities as climate champions, and so on. Her presence in the session and expertise in government and environmental sustainability will bring valuable insights to the audience, particularly in addressing the role of development programs in climate change adaptation and mitigation. Then, Madam Nilkamal Darbari ji, we have already heard from her. Still, it's my pleasure to introduce her. Nilkamal Darbari Madam is a retired IAS officer with an extensive career in governance, administration and policy making. She served as the chairperson of National Authority Chemical Weapons Convention, Cabinet Secretary, Government of India. She was the former Managing Director, the Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium. She has introduced the National Agricultural Market Electronic Trading (eNAM) platform, and many more to her name. Next, I would like to introduce Professor Anil Kumar Gupta. Professor Anil Kumar Gupta is the Chief Executive of the International Center for Advanced Research in Disaster Management, IIT Roorkee, a collaborative initiative by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. His expertise will contribute valuable insights on climate change adaptation and governance at this conference. He is recently pronounced as NBS Man of India in the 15 years Eco DRR Global Review meeting at UNEP, UNDRR, UNCCD in United Nations Campus, Germany 2024. He has more than 180 publications to his credit, including high-impact journal papers, books, policy documents having societal impacts in the realm of global climate diplomacy. Next, I would like to introduce Madam Nehi Jamwalji. She is an independent journalist based in Mumbai. She reports on environment, climate, and rural issues and has 25 years of work experience in the field of journalism. She was the managing editor of Gaon Connection and ground reporters of several publications, including The Wire, DNA, Deccan Herald, Down to Earth, India Climate Dialogue, Village Square, The Third Pole, etc. She is a recipient of UNFPA at 50 Special Lardli Award 2024 for consistent engagement of feminizing climatic solutions. She has received Certificate of Appreciation 2024 from Indian Meteorological Society Pune for reporting on climate change and weather stories. With this brief introduction of the panelists, I would like to request Ava ma'am to please address the gathering first and take the responsibility of the chair.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Pant, for Paul. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I think I need my specs to be checked again. Maybe the number has changed. I'm so sorry, Dr. Paul. Thank you very much. Thank you, Berhampur University, for calling me once again, and. My greetings to all the students, teachers, and my co-panelists, as well as all the of the dais panelists. We have really heard a lot from our previous, in the inaugural session about the climate change and what is happening, and a little bit of what we need to do. In this session, specifically, we have a governance expert, we have a scientist, an academician, and we also have a person who goes down to the community to find out if what is happening. So if you really look at it, we are reaching the end of the mile also. And that is what is required. When we talk about climate change impact, sometimes we fail to remember that there are people and animals, or the flora and the fauna is involved. Tomorrow there is going to be a big conference on blue economy. Now, we want to be an exporter of fish and all related, goodies the nature has given us in the sea. But are we making it people-centric? That's the question for this workshop. That's where we want to bring the policies have to reach the public, and the governance mechanism is also there to ensure that the policies are implemented properly. we already have talked about, the coordinated effort at the global level, which is happening to bring in some measures across the countries, across different stakeholders, to ensure that you have a better governance mechanism, because water does not know a boundary. It starts from the Nepal and ends in Bangladesh. It may be traversing, across 2-3 countries. And it's similar when we look at it from an Indian perspective. One state we always have water disputes. So it is very, very important that we have a coordinated effort. The second thing is, very briefly, was touched upon in the inaugural session, is the mitigation measures which is required. And I'm sure the panelists here would talk something about it, and also in the next 2 days you will be covering that. Adaptation is also there. When you really look at it, in the morning the VC was mentioning that we are, highly tribal populated state, 26% is tribal population, and they all lived in the forest. Now, of course, Ma'am Amrita mentioned that the forest is how natural and how unnatural are they, because it's man-made. It may have a monospecies. But if we really look at the actual forest community, or we look at the nature-based communities, they had a symbiotic relationship. And that's something which we really need to see, are our policies and governance mechanism actually adhering to it. In the inaugural panel, it was also touched upon that resources are always required, even to do a small research, or even just to travel somewhere to ask somebody, to make the person sit and answer your questions. They require funds because they're losing out their wage labor. So funds are always required, and for every mitigation activity, the funds are required, mitigation or adaptation activity. But we also need to see if we are able to bring in the technologies. Yes, advancement, we also heard about AI. And she rightly mentioned, ma'am, rightly mentioned how much of water we are wasting. Are we really reusing them properly? What is the type of mechanism we've put in? Do we really need an AC room? Or do we have some materials which can create the building as an AC room? Our temples were never had ACs, but we don't feel hot or cold when we go into a temple. Why? Are we looking at it? So that's something. Of course, legislation and regulation is required. We may have in the state of Orissa banned plastic waste, but we have not gone beyond banning. But please go to Sikkim, you will see they have banned and they have implemented. You see organic farming in Sikkim, it is there. It's not today's event. It is, I think 20 years ago when I worked there in 2003, they were going in the organic way. Bhutan is organic. So there are ways, and the biggest challenge, and that's where the public policy and governance mechanism is required, is a behavioral change. This, when I looked at it, I felt very happy, because somewhere we can still recycle it. Initially I thought, is it plastic? But then I thought, no, it is not plastic. Very happy, because this is a behavioral change, and I think we should congratulate Berhampur University for such a good, thinking through. The bottles are there, the water containers, everything they are thinking in sustainable way. So that behavioral change is required, and we need policies. Equity and justice, of course, we have all talked about, and that's very important. Because sometimes when we work with big ideas, we forget the
the lowest, in the pyramid, we have the lowest rugged person. We forget about them. When we transport the chickens across, when it comes to our tables, we are very happily eating it. But how are they being actually, produced? I have that only word that way because we put in a lot of hormones and a lot of feeds to them. How are they transported? What is the right mechanism of disposal which is not useful? Are we even looking at it sustainably? So that's also very, very important. Of course, we are creatures of habits, but we need to break it. So research and innovation is very, very important for us. In the conclusion, I would say all the three panelists, and I'm sure, have a very, very important role and points, because without stories, we do not move. And I think that's what is also required, and many a times we forget about documentation. We do research, we put it into our cupboards, we get our degrees, and we move on. But the small differences which could have been made by the research or by the story from the field is not brought to the table of the policymakers. And I can proudly say, somebody said, Anil Gupta sir was saying, she is part of the, disaster management of India. I said, yeah, I always take a pride in it, because I started the work in 1999 when the super cyclone hit in Orissa, and we were partners to the changes which is being made in this country. So yes, every small bit really makes, and we tell our stories. If you ask me, I can sit here and tell you stories for last 23 years. That's the thing. So I will leave it here and request my panelists to, speak, and I think the rapporteur would invite the first speaker, madam. Thank you so much.
So, as Anil sir has his flight, so we, with the permission of the chair, I would like to invite Anil sir first for his talk. So the plenary talk will be on global climate discourse and diplomacy, context of L&D, DRR and sustainability. Sir.
थोड़ा 17-18 मिनट तो कटेंगे. Thank you. Okay. So first of all, my compliments to NEPSI-PAG, the University of Berhampur, and to the land of Orissa, people of Orissa, my regards. I'm really very happy to be here and speaking to the great audience here. A lot of young researchers. So, may I request my slide to be, okay, thank you. So initially I had planned to speak only on the global diplomacy, but I did a little tweaking to the title. Because when I had given my topic, the stand of USA of withdrawal from the Paris has not come. And when I'm speaking, something big has happened. And how do we see that? The repercussions. Maybe many times we see something on the surface, but there is a lot beneath the table. So that is also very important. So I'll touch upon those aspects also. So that is the reason I added global to local. Because when the global cooperations are not sure on many fronts, and there are gaps, the opportunity lies in the hands of local. So before that, I have written something for the people of Orissa and I will narrate. राज्य तथा लोका मनन को किंबा ओडिशा एवं बरहमपुर विश्वविद्यालय को मोरा शुभेच्छा. ओडिशा हेचु जलवायु परिवर्तन रा गुरुतरा सम्मुखीन होइथिबा बेले जलवायु कारजय एवं विपर्जय परिचालना रे मध्य नेतृत्व नैची. एही महना दाला पाइनम इथारे बिना समस्ता लोकांकु मोरा नमस्कारा. The land of Orissa really deserves a big greetings because in the geography of India, Orissa is one of the worst climate affected state, but it has shown a great leadership on the efforts to combat the impact of climate change. I am saying impact of climate change, and that is towards adaptation. So now I am coming to my presentation. Briefly about the new facility of Government of India that I am currently heading. I have just joined on the 1st of October. This is a very new initiative and the outcome has come certainly linked with the global policy regime, but significantly from the second national platform for DRR, where the two key recommendations that there should be a effective interlinkage with science, policy, planning and practice. So that interface has to be strengthened. And second thing, many times in the global forums, international forums, we talk that the adaptation to climate change, disaster management and sustainability should go in hand in hand. But how should it be done? How can it be done practically? Maybe it's good examples are there, but those are not multiplied. Those are not scaled up. So these two recommendations from the NPDRR, second NPDRR, came to Ministry of Science and Technology and also Ministry of Education. So there was a discourse between various ministries and finally this center was established under Ministry of Science and Technology and then deliberately located in academic campus so that there's a little more freedom also. So it is focusing on the only center on adaptation in India, the only and unique center that deals about all three things, DRR, adaptation and sustainability. And this is given a responsibility for action research, policy linked research and also research synthesis for policy and capacity building. We are also establishing a network of center of excellence, all the COEs in the country working on climate change and the COEs working on disaster management. The first meeting is scheduled on the 10th of February at our campus. So that will be a beginning and we are coming up with a network that is called ADDRESS, Adaptation, Resilience and Sustainability Network. So there will be portal and there will be a regular kind of a interface so that research is put into use and then there is a good interface with the policy and practice people. So these kind of responsibilities are assigned, like we are also coming up, working on coming up with the 25 years research agenda. So that we have a clarity that actually what do we need? We have good researchers, but their energy and resources have to be utilized in a proper way. That's very, very important. So I would not be reading each and everything. We are also developing on annual basis an adaptation dossier. Like the adaptation gap report the UNEP brings for the entire world, we will be bringing for the country. And similarly, the disaster risk, resilience and recovery report on annual basis. So these kind of things are also assigned. Now coming to the climate change related issues. So climate research has a long journey. And if we see starting from 1820, basically the thought process was that how atmospheric concentrations of specific gases are contributing to increasing temperature. And I think there is always a cycle. It was 1820 and this is 2025 and again we are going focusing on these things after 2 decades or so. So this is also very interesting that now we have this kind of journey where we had several layers of I would say that paradigm shift in climate research also. But what is important? while we agree in general that climate change is a reality, but if we look at the ground actions, we find that we agree only in the conferences and the meetings, and by heart probably we do not agree. And I think that this poses a big question. Or even if we agree, we do not bother. So that is something to be serious about it. But what is my stake here? That even if we have a doubt about the climate change, we have no doubt about the changing patterns of precipitation and the weather systems. Whether it is contributed by increasing greenhouse gases, or it is a global geological process or cooling process, but what we experience, that is happening and that is evident. So we do not have an escape to prepare for that and respond effectively and in systematic way. And for that is the reason there is a global shift from only mitigation based, GHG emission reduction based approach to more on loss and damage, addressing loss and damage and disaster management and adaptation centric approach. So that's very important. And we can see that global shift is starting very, very evidently from the COP 26, 27, 28, 29. But while the discourse is very high, the solid actions, there is huge gaps. And I think that's very important thing. The India's descent on the global forum, this time in the COP, also indicating that there has not been a proper and adequate prior discussions in order to come up with a kind of a resolution. Second thing, in the wake of climate change discourse, sometimes or somehow the issues related with the environment, sustainability, biodiversity, while those are being discussed aloud on the forum, have taken back seat, are given a back seat. The front seats are only to the technology transfer and more on economic issues. So I think this is also something, a worry. Most of the meetings end up talking about the finances, where we all agree that it is each and every one's responsibility, whether at the national level, at the state level, at the individual level. So how do we look at this? This is a picture that shows that how much we delay our effort in responding or reducing GHG emissions. We will have to do more U-turn kind of thing. So like the last end, the curve will be to this thing. So that is also very important and which will not be easy. For example, if we ask the people of Orissa by a GO government order that from tomorrow people will not eat rice, people will eat only wheat or chapati because it is not good for the climate change. It's not possible. The habits have and the attitudes and all these cultivation practices have evolved hundreds and thousands of years, working with the soil, working with the land, working with the ecology. So we have to be very, very proactive because we cannot have a sudden U-turn kind of things. Those would not be possible. It's a long journey of the climate discourse globally, and many times we find that most of the things repeated. While there has been a significant change from Kyoto to Paris Agreement, till Kyoto we were focusing more on GHG emissions, and Paris Agreement brought adaptation, resilience, and this kind also on focus. And that was basically triggered by the fourth assessment report of IPCC, as we recall, and that actually brought disaster management and climate change adaptation fraternity together. Before that, those were going in a different direction. I recall that 2007, that great transformation came. So this is very important. But again, now Paris Agreement also, big questions are coming that how should we move ahead? This is again the kind of timelines that of the COP. This is very important. 2018, a turning point in the regime of Paris Agreement. 2018 onwards, the assembly started talking and assigning and that jointly deciding the fixed targets and the reporting mechanism. So like NDCs, nationally determined contributions. So that's very important, and that is also a reason the countries, some countries are coming forward with enthusiasm, But the countries like what recently had, they thought that whether we should go or whether we should step out. Because again, the financial dimensions are there. Some countries have to give money, some countries have to receive money. So many times people see, if I see in a little different angle also, maybe there are many more dimensions to that. One angle, we are seeing developing nations as a victim or they bearing the brunt of climate change. But I think, and I hope many of you would agree, now even the United States is also a victim. They are victim of their own deeds maybe. See what happened, Los Angeles, California, see what's the situation there. So I think maybe they might be thinking that why to give the money to others, we will address our own challenges, something like that. Because there are many things that is underlying causes, those do not surface on the top. Talking about adaptation, there are huge discourses going on adaptation, and recently, in fact, we ran a great this. And this meeting on 10th and 11th of February is relating with that. So there are so many questions coming about adaptation, particularly when we are looking at the sectoral dimensions, when we are looking at the geographical dimensions. Scientific discourse going different thing, but adaptation is very much related with the human behavior, social dynamics, inclusiveness. And see, this kind of dimensions like the cultural history of the people, social capital, values, risk perception of the people. And then how the governance works on that. And that is very much relevant for the discourses that this conference is bringing on the table. And then basically that we can come up that how do we really think of adaptation planning. So we are very much now on this. About this Paris Agreement, US withdrawn earlier, then joined, then again withdrawing. It also tells something that we have to start thinking of some alternative mechanisms globally, regionally and locally also. We cannot always rely only on the global resources, global consensus or the regional consensus. We have to move ahead. We cannot stop. So how do we look at the alternative mechanisms? And disaster risk reduction brings alternative mechanisms at all the levels, whether it is a local, whether it is a regional. Like I think a month back, we were in Kathmandu and my co-panelist was there. And we announced a Hindu Kush Himalaya DRR Knowledge Hub. Happy to announce that we are the India focal point for the HKS DRR Knowledge Hub. So these are also presenting a lot of opportunities to indirectly start addressing, indirectly or maybe in another way, start working to address climate risk or climate change. So we will have to start looking at these dimensions. I would also bring forth here that the South Asian society, particularly South Asian society, I would not say Indian society because South Asia is like a Indian society, or South Asian society, there is, I find it synonym. We are excellent in creating gods. Whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is Bangladesh, whether it is India, we cannot list number of gods. So we are fond of creating gods. Climate change also we created a new god. And why do we create God? Because when we talk about disasters, we often say that disasters are the God act of God. So basically, in order to shift the blame for our own bad deeds, bad planning, bad governance on God, we created climate change like a God. So whether it is urban flooding, we say it is unprecedented rainfall. We would not say that we did not clear the drainage. We did not think that the drainage capacity has been exceeded. Because climate change is there. It is the same here. We just put the blame on climate change. So this is a schematic I have drawn. In fact, right immediately after the fourth assessment report of ICC in 2007, and I brought it deliberately, that equally are more than the climatic actors, the non-climatic actors are responsible for converting climate event to disasters. Heavy rainfall doesn't kill. It is your lack of protection, lack of perception, lack of preparedness, lack of drainage, lack of improper design of building, that causes damage. The rainfall does not cause damage. This we need to accept. Then, most of the time we are focusing on climate change policy. Even if we go the US way, even if US has withdrawn from the Paris Accord, does not mean that they don't have to prepare for the climate risk. Are the kind of extremes people are facing? They have to. Otherwise, even if they want to promote their business or economy, they would not be able to do that. Infrastructure and the economy is highly exposed to and under the threats of this thing. So how do we do that? And how would they do that? The environmental safeguards, ecosystem services, and various other sectors. So in fact, even if we start looking properly at the sectoral policies, even with or without talking about climate change, even if we say that water management, if we have effective water governance, it is automatically going to solve the problem of urban floods and urban drought also. So I think narrowly just focusing on climate change and putting everything on climate change, it is equally important that we start looking at the other sectors also. Then various tools. It was 1995, India took a global leadership and we did some projects on carrying capacity based planning process. It was excellent initiative. 3 or 4 projects. I am happy that I was part of two such projects. I was part of CSIR NERI that time. Why don't we use that? Even if there is opportunity to improve those tools. 95 to 2005. Natural resource accounting. It was growing, suddenly stopped. My colleague from Down to Earth, they know this. Life cycle assessment. Tools are there, we are not applying. We just want to focus about climate change, that's all. So that because climate change, there is an excuse, you can put the blame on climate change. And then like, we every time we say that some responder will come and save us, like Lord Ganesha comes and saves us all the time. And you do all the faults and your God will come and save us. Yeah, I'm moving fast. Talking about the loss and damage. We need huge improvement in the methodologies. I'm happy that my another author is also an Oriya. I have many publications. In fact, the first handbook for collectors on DRR was for the district Puri and published in Oriya. So I am an Oriya author also. So non-economic loss and damage, where we are not having adequate methodologies. This is the discourse where which is very important and we are currently working on this. This is a recent study that we did with some of our German partners. Over 25 years, how the climate disaster trends undergone. So 3 periods, Yokohama period, the HFDRR period, Hyogo period and the Sendai framework. So, and the last study that was very important. Many times, despite of the best preparedness, we find that people are, their life is lost. So what goes wrong? Many times, we have everything written in the paper. But what goes wrong in the field? Actually, that is also very important. So here, the cyclone Amphan and cyclone Taute. We did interview of even the kids and kin of the victims, or the people who deceased, who lost their life. That what actually gone wrong, that the person died. Then, single hazard approach is not appropriate. We need to look at that because mostly there are 2 or 3 different kind of disasters taking place. During COVID, 4 cyclones. During COVID, it was heat wave. During COVID, it was locust attack. During COVID, it was drought. During COVID, it was forest fire. So how do we look at this? This is something about that how various tools can help in improving our response to climatic extremes. This was published under the United Nations Environment Program. Again, in economic planning, we just focus on improving GDP and the economic part of the SDGs. Strategic environmental assessment is an established tool in developed nations. European Union established almost in 1970s. we do not put any of our policy decisions or major investment to environmental scrutiny. We need to improve. We need to use these kind of tools so that we can take remedial measures much in advance. I think this is very important. This is about a summary of our experiences, including our work in the state of Orissa, the district of Puri, that this requires a two-wheel approach. We understand vulnerability and then work on building resilience. And there, in fact, we say that the role of local governance is very important. And we work only as a catalyst. Because coming from outside, we should not claim as an expert. So that has been our approach in our action research. So now moving fast, this is the first such kind of manual on the integrating climate change adaptation to disaster risk reduction for the district of Gorakhpur in Uttar Pradesh. How departmental plans have to be relooked. This is an approach. This is also very important that this various tiers like neighborhood and then ward level and the coming to the city level when we are talking about the urban testing. And many times we say that whether we have top down or bottom up approach. One would not work. We need to have a convergence of both. And that we actually practically we try to do in our pilot projects. This is something, a transition. India is a different kind of country. Our cities, all our cities and towns have a peri-urban systems. As yet we do not have any legal framework, any policy framework to address the challenges of the peri-urban areas. We did some work on those directions. Disaster management. How we look at the opportunities of climate proofing in disasters also. During disasters and post-disasters, when a cyclone comes, it uproots thousands of trees. During our response, if we use plastic, we create another challenge. How do we look at this? So these kind of initiatives were there from our side. How do we look at the inclusiveness and the vulnerability of the different sections? This is one example. That how do we look at the children, then again children, urban children, and within our urban poor children, and then within urban poor children, the girl child. Their vulnerability would vary. The girl child, the school droppage, and the school absenteeism for the girls would be much, much higher in case of a climatic event as compared to the boy child. So these kind of things are there. How do we look at the social and the balance between the social and natural capital? Ecosystem services, how ecosystem services contribute, because this land is also full of such ecosystems. How do we look at the local initiatives, local policy planning, and then coming to the end of my deliberation today. This is my last message, that also brings a great opportunity. We have to talk about resilience when we talk about the health. We have to talk about the resilience when we talk about the food, when we have to talk about the cities. So when resilience is needed in all those 3, 4, 5 important key dimensions, why should we not think of an integrated resilience approach? And I think that is must and inevitable. Otherwise, there will be continuous wastage of the resources and conflicts also. So, and if we start working on those, it would not be affected whether one country withdraws, maybe a little bit of financial issues, but we have more and more local strengthening. So local strengthening is the answer to the kind of questions. And this was a framework that has been suggested by our team. And this is the network that we are working on, coming up with the address network, adaptation, resilience and sustainability network that has been assigned to us by Government of India. And the last one, this ETRA. Jointly with the Australian National University, we have recently conceptualized a framework that is called Accelerating Transformation. We all agree that change has to come, but change when? We have to set a timeline, we have to set a framework, and we have to bring the change in reality. So that's very important. And this is about the address network. I would not be reading. There are a few other, like how to integrate nature-based solutions into district-level planning process for disaster management. These kind of initiatives are there. Various other publications from our team. And recent book on disaster risk and management under climate change. This is the unique publication, 28 chapters covering all aspects of climate change in India. So, and this loss and damage framework. So thank you very much. And the last thing, the middle path is the way to wisdom. We have to really think very seriously And this is the crux of all the religions and preachings in the entire world. Each and every religion tells, and Lord Buddha always advocated that middle path is the real way to sustain and survive on a long-term basis. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your beautiful presentation. Next, I would like to invite our next speaker, Madam Tilakawardane Darbari ji, on his speech, Navigating Climate Realities in 2025, Policy and Governance for a Resilient Future. Ma'am, please.
Okay. Esteemed dais, Professor Paul, friends, colleagues, media. Well, I already spoke in the morning at some length, and I would want to expand on what I have already mentioned, trying to limit myself to the largest consumer of water, which is the agriculture sector. And I think water is the most critical component of the resources that we have at our command, because without water there is no life. Hence the importance of water cannot be overemphasized. And there is growing consciousness in the country about the methodology of trying to conserve water, about trying to have greater consciousness amongst communities about water. We have seen that with erratic monsoon patterns, with erratic precipitation, droughts or floods or storms have been coming with ferocious intensity and frequency that lead to crop devastation, that lead to destruction of life, of human beings and cattle and other flora and fauna. And all of it has a cost on the socio-economic indicators of that we are always trying to improve. The Sustainable Development Goals also try and point to those aspects which would have impact on human life, whether it is poverty alleviation or it is education or it is health for all. So these are all correlated, and how intensely correlated it is would be a subject matter of another kind of research. But, and lots of such research is actually going on. But eventually it's about the country's economy as well. So with all these disasters striking and the impact on human health, what do you think happens to productivity? If you have stunted growth amongst children less than 14 years of age, how much of a productive asset would they become in the society? What would be their contribution to the economy of the country? So these are things that constantly bother policymakers, and steps are being taken to handle these issues. One of the earliest things that happened in recent memory was this whole thing about the realization that agriculture is where it is because soil has become very, very low in nutrients. So a very comprehensive program was launched for soil survey, and the entire country went through that, and soil health cards, or rather soil health analysis was conducted scientifically. Soil health cards were prepared and distributed to the farmers so as to exactly tell which field requires what kind of nutrients, what kind of micronutrients, and whether the current usage of those fertilizers or pesticides or nutrients was up to the mark, lower, or too much in high quantities. And sure enough, there was a demand. There was a demand that once the diagnostics have been done, you need certain kinds of fertilizers, certain kinds of plant nutrients which have to be made available and therefore also distributed. So those were challenges that came up before the policy makers to ensure that we reap the benefits, the farmers reap the benefits of the soil health survey. But again, soil is only the starting point. And what about making more water available for optimization, for optimal usage? I can tell you several such examples abound in the country where at micro level and at cluster level, governments have taken steps to ensure that water is not wasted, that water conservation takes place. And one of the programs I would like to talk about here is the Mukhyamantri Jal Swavlamban Abhiyan in Rajasthan, which was conducted from 2016 to 2019, 18, I think, yeah, a 3 or 4 year phase. And it had the 4 water concept, that is, you capture the rainwater, you handle the groundwater, the soil moisture and the runoff. And once you have handled all these 4 kind of sources of water, then you have greater quantities of water available for whatever use that you want to put it to. So the government of Rajasthan launched a massive program for this, for the conservation. Old water bodies were resurrected, repaired, renovated to ensure that there is greater water storage. Water harvesting structures, old and existing ones, were repaired. New ones were created, identified in consultation with the community. So none of it was a top-down approach, but it was based on the cumulative wisdom of the local communities. What happened after these 3 years and even during the pendency of the program, a lot of many teams would come from within the country, from other states and also internationally to evaluate the program. And the results that came out were very heartening. So just to prove that once the government has its priorities right, once it has the leadership that such programs demand, once it has commitment and it has accountability, then the sky is the limit in terms of achieving the objectives. Even under this Mukhyamantri Jal Swavlamban Abhiyan, I think more than 4.1 million people had access to water, got access to water as they had never had before. And 4.5 million animals, cattle, livestock, they also got access to water. What happened to the groundwater? It was recharged up to 4 times. These are results which have been measured by independent evaluators. What happened? How did this come about? It happened because, as I said, one was leadership. The other was interdepartmental coordination. Typically, government departments, and I, having spent 37 years of my life in government, can say that we tend to work in silos. That's the way our mandates are. I'm in agriculture, I will not talk to animal husbandry. I don't know. My mandate is different. There's another equally competent and senior officer sitting there. Or why should I talk to irrigation, or why should I talk to finance? I mean, everybody talks to finance, that's a different matter, but typically, there is a tendency to look at our own fiefdoms in silos. However, during this program, interdepartmental coordination became a reality. All of us were grumbling. Let me assure you, it wasn't done with pleasure. We didn't like it. We didn't like it one bit. What is this? Every week we have a meeting, we go and sit before XYZ and he asks us questions and we have to respond. We are doing our work. I mean, we don't want this constant badgering and hammering on our heads. Leave us be. But yes, it happened. And in spite of the initial resistance to this kind of coordinated monitoring, I mean, eventually we all fell in place. And the program fell in place. And the results started flowing in. And once the results started coming in, I mean, it was so heartening to see. And we did an aerial survey also of that. New water bodies, new patches of green. I mean, whatever the quality of that density would also be a subject matter of further research. But certainly there was improvement in water availability. Now, such kind of programs are successful because, as I said, I cannot overemphasize the importance of leadership. Amita ji also mentioned about that in her address, that unless and until you have topmost leadership putting their might behind a program, it somehow doesn't translate into proper action. And we had that. What we achieved has been documented and it's quoted in various studies now. Similarly, once that water is available, you now need to conserve it and use it judiciously. You can't waste it. So we emphasized on low water consuming crops. And one of the things which was, of course, from before this program started was crop diversification into high yielding crop varieties or high value crop varieties. For example, orchards, fruits. And what kind of fruits? In Rajasthan, for example, we experimented with date palm and pomegranate and oranges. All of these were high value crops and equally high in terms of difficulty levels. I will tell you one example of dates. So we started importing from, I think, Israel and Egypt and some of the Middle Eastern places, Iran also, I think, the planting material. And then there was a lot of work happening in the laboratories to generate hybrid plants, etc., high yielding varieties of that with the genetic material that we imported. And initially there were no takers, so government has its own farm, so we planted it in our farms. And by the time I went into agriculture, these plants were at a certain level of maturity. Good canopy, great health of the trees, no fruit. No fruit happening because the entire package of practice was being violated. Nobody had been trained. So that's point number 2, capacity building. Whenever you have something new happening, innovation, we say, is the key. You cannot expect different results by continuing to do what you have been doing for millennium. So if you want different results, if you want better results, you have to do something differently. And therefore we realized that first things we need to do is to train our manpower. So we undertook that and we expanded from 100 acres, we went to 1,000 acres of date palm cultivation. Went out and gave some plants to the farmers also. Our own farm had an this is amazing, huh? We were incurring an expenditure of 80 lakh rupees per annum on that farm just to keep those trees alive. What were we earning from that? 10 lakh rupees. So when I saw those figures, I said, yaar, ye kyun chala rahe hum? Why the hell? I mean, just because we want to prove a point that we can grow date palm in Rajasthan? Well, we can. I mean, traditionally, it used to be grown. And now we have planted it with the farmers, so what do we do with this? So I said, karte, we had a lot of discussion with our team members, etc. And then I said, I'm going to let out this farm to a private farm manager. How hue and cry. This is a state farm, you can't give it away. I said, I'm not writing it off. Least of my concerns is to write it off. I'm just going to give a maintenance contract to somebody, allow him or her to nurture it, maintain it, get the fruits, sell the fruits, give me 80 lakh rupees, what I was losing. Give me 80 lakh rupees or whatever. I mean, we put some price to it. I said, I don't want to spend 1 penny on this farm from the state exchequer to earn losses. Why would I do that? It doesn't make for business sense. Resistance, hue and cry, private sector, monopoly aa rahi hai, orchard cultivation mein, Rajasthan mein. Anyway, we did it. We did it very successfully, and sure enough, in the first year itself, we made a profit of 50 lakh rupees. Government got revenues on a revenue sharing, sale proceeds ka sharing ka kuch rakha tha. There we got 50 lakh rupees in the first year itself. So that fellow incurred expenditure of X amount, paid salaries, looked after planting material, looked after fertilizer, looked after water, looked after electricity, everything, and after that he made some profit and he gave some profit to us. So imagine the kind of leakages that were happening prior to that. And it happens when you have innovation. It happens when you have innovation not only in the choice of new products that you want, but also in terms of new processes that you want to create. And I cannot begin to tell you this similar story in terms of olive plantation, which is still, I would say, in its infancy, but it's happening in Rajasthan again. Or oranges, not grown in any part of the state till 10, 15 years back. Then started, got some planting material from Nagpur and started planting. Every year there was a hue and cry because planting material is not available. Where do you get it from? The people in Nagpur, they became monopolists. They knew that there is a demand in Rajasthan, badhao, jack up the prices. The truckers' unions wouldn't bring the saplings to us, wouldn't bring the planting material to us. We said, how do we handle this? We created our own nurseries and centers of excellence with the assistance of the Israelis. So we now have in Rajasthan. So what I'm trying to say here is that whenever you want to do something new, which is going to reduce your exploitation and mindless exploitation of natural resources, you will encounter difficulties. You will encounter challenges that need to be overcome. And funding remains the biggest challenge. I mean, I cannot overemphasize how state governments struggle with funds. Sources of revenue are limited. Amount of revenue collected is increasing every year, of course, but not in the same proportion as the requirement on the ground is increasing. Whether you have the demand for more roads, whether you have the demand for more bridges, or you have the demand for more nurseries, or you have demand for high value crops to be brought under cultivation, or you have demand for another kind of agriculture commodities marketing systems. Because typically you just take the crop to the mandi and some adatya or middleman will come and take away your crop, and you're forced to sell at a particular price. So government has introduced ENAM, the electronic agriculture market. Now that is a very, very good beginning, because it allows the farmers to sell their crops electronically and try and get better remuneration for their crops. Is it very successful? Almost there, not entirely, but at least it's a beginning. It's a beginning, and it's yielded great results, and I think it's one of the best innovative programs that the government launched. Do the state governments need to replicate that, change the methods of marketing? Because at the end of the day, see, it's all about money. How much do the farmers get? If the farmers are not going to get enough money, and there are going to be 30 to 40% post-harvest losses in the system, can we afford it as a country? I mean, on the one hand, we struggle with resources, water being one of them. On the other hand, we have hungry mouths to feed. And then we say, okay, 30% of all my gehu that I produce is lost in transit or during this thing. So these initiatives, which are in the nature of higher use of technologies, water conservation methods, whether it is micro irrigation, which I spoke about in the morning, all of them point in one direction, and that is better utilization of resources, higher consciousness about resources which are scarce in command, and that is going to be the way to go forward when we are almost on a daily basis talking about climate change. Because unless and until we have a grip on water availability and usage and reducing wastages, we are not going to be able to win this war. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the lovely speech. And now I would like to invite Madam Nidhi Jamalji for her talk, which is on climate change in Hindu Kush Himalayas, its impact on vulnerable hill communities and policy framework for the mountain region. Please, ma'am.
Namaskar and good afternoon, everyone. I am the person who is holding you back from your lunch, so I'm going to be very quick. Can my presentation be put up? So I think I'm a journalist. I think I'm an odd person out in this room because I am not a scientist, I am not a researcher, I am not from academia. I am a reporter, and I call myself as a grassroots reporter because I travel to the hinterlands and I try and document stories from there. I'm very grateful to Berhampur University for inviting me, because this also shows the importance of communication, which, Abha was also speaking about. We do brilliant work in our laboratories. We do amazing projects in field, but if those projects or those research work don't convert into stories that reach the common masses, change is not going to come. And when we talk about climate change, unless each and every person and, you know, somebody in the farthest village understand what it is and how he or she can actually contribute towards maybe controlling it, adapting to it. I think it's such a huge challenge that, and in coming decades, it's going to worsen only. I just want to give 3 small anecdotes. In May 2019, when Cyclone Phoni hit Odisha, I happened to come here just 3-4 days after the cyclone had hit the state. Flights had just started, and that's the time I traveled a lot to Khordha district, to Puri, which was the worst affected, the epicenter. That's where the landfall happened. I went to Chilka to understand what's happening. And I feel very happy that I'm here again now, talking about climate change and the stories of climate change, because Odisha definitely has been a leader as far as responding to disasters is concerned, and I think there are some great learnings for everybody in the country to learn from Odisha, and also what I learned, the way the state and the districts responded just immediately after the disaster was a huge learning for me also as a reporter who was going to the field. Second anecdote I want to tell about is, I have 2 kids, and my younger one is my son, who's 12 years old. About a year back, he asked me a question which really disturbed me. And he asked me that, Mama, do you think I will live for my full life? First, I didn't understand what he was trying to ask me, and then I asked him, what do you mean by that? He said, Mama, I think I will not be able to live beyond 35 years of age, because by that time the planet will become so hot that all of us are going to die. So can you imagine, I mean, that question shook me, because I actually don't have an office. I just have one room in my house, which is my office. And because I work on environment, all the time my kids hear me speak about, you know, disasters, climate change, sea level rise, glaciers melting, people dying. And I realize that eco-anxiety is so high. And why I'm saying that right now is also because there's so many youngsters sitting at the back. Climate change is a huge challenge, and we have so much of negative reporting, and which is building a lot of eco-anxiety. So I really want to tell all the students here, yes, it's a big challenge, but there's a lot of good work happening. There are so many people in this hall who are working towards solutions. So we need to have hope, and if we have hope, I'm sure you all will do some amazing work in this field. My stories are from the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, and why I'm talking about Hindu Kush Himalayan region is I love Himalayas because I belong to Jammu Kashmir and I grew up in the hills. So I have some personal affinity and love for the hills. The reason is also last year for my reporting assignments, I go to different locations. Last year I happened to go to Everest Base Camp. I never thought I will go to a region like Everest for reporting. It was not like a leisure trip or for trekking. That was to basically go to one of the very, very eco-fragile regions of this country, you know, like Everest region, and try and find out what is happening there due to climate change. Because those are the kind of stories we don't get to know. You know, we will possibly, because these are difficult regions, very few people go over there, least of all journalists go there to report stories. So, why I am talking about Hindu Kush region is also because we are talking of a global issue, regional issue, local issue, which Dr. Gupta was just speaking about. Now, if you look at Hindu Kush Himalayan region, why it is very important for us is that this region of Hindu Kush Himalayas, as you can see, that light green shade, it is shared between 8 countries. So the Hindu Kush Himalayas are shared between 8 countries spread across 3,500 kilometers. So which is why regional stories, regional cooperation becomes very, very important. Why it is more important is also because this is the region from where 10 major river systems arise. 10 major river systems. Our Ganga, our Brahmaputra, our Indus, these are the 3 major systems at least, you know, which are arising out of the Hindu Kush Himalayas, and these are all trans-boundary rivers. This is also the region, if you know, a lot of times we know the North Pole and we know the South Pole of our planet, but there's something called Third Pole, and a lot of times now Hindu Kush Himalayas is known as the Third Pole because that is where you have the highest now storage of fresh water in the form of glaciers. Some 58,000 glaciers have been documented in that region, and this region is actually supporting more than a quarter of the global population because of its ecosystem services. So this region becomes very, very important for all of us. It's also a region where you have 241 million people, of which 31% are below poverty line. So this is also the region where you have high poverty. And because climate change is happening, because you have climate-induced disasters such as gulfs and landslides and flash floods happening, these already poor hill communities are further getting marginalized because of climate change. This is the region which is also most biodiverse region, it's called. And it has been because of the changes of climate change, the temperatures are rising, the snowfall, I'll come to that, how snowfall over the region is also declining over the years, which is a huge concern for all of us. We have disasters such as gulfs, flash floods, landslides. These are all happening in that region, which is leading to high out-migration. We have, I have reported a lot of stories of hill villages which are completely, empty. There is nobody lives there. People have locked up their houses and they've gone to the plains to work and earn livelihood. This region is also important for us because, as Abha was saying, that water doesn't understand geographies. Water from Nepal is going to flow down to Bihar. Similarly, disasters again don't understand boundaries, and what's happening in maybe in China is going to affect countries which are downstream. What's happening in India is going to affect Bangladesh. Now, I'm going to tell you just two stories from this. When last May, 8 journalists from SAARC countries, we traveled to the Everest base camp to try and find out what's happening in that region, and we spent some 14 days trekking up to the Everest base camp and coming back, spoke to a lot of Sherpa community over there, and to do these kind of stories. I don't know if many people don't know. Now, Everest region has its own indigenous communities, which are the Sherpas. It's so fascinating that for that Sherpa community, they actually worship all these peaks. For them, Mount Everest, they call it Sagar Matha, which is their goddess. They actually pray to all these peaks. So if you see this region, we are also, all of us have been nature worshippers. We've all prayed to our peaks, to our Mount Kailash is very sacred to us. Ganga, Yamuna, all these rivers are very sacred to us. So there is also a culture attached to environment. And it becomes very important as a journalist or as a storyteller to understand that heritage and that culture, because when you write stories from culture aspect, people tend to receive those stories very differently. They want to read them, they become more readable rather than making them extremely scientific, which maybe common people do not understand and do not have that much interest to read. This is the Everest region. This is how beautiful it is. That's the Dudh Koshi River, which actually flows into Bihar and becomes the Kosi River of Bihar. And it's a glacial river. The rhododendron fire, the forest and the yaks in that region. And this is also Everest. Tourism in hill region is a huge challenge. It's become a huge challenge. So you can imagine if you have tourism and you have climate change happening together in that region, the impact that is happening on the local ecology is very, very high. That miniature that I'm holding in my hand, that's actually a miniature of the Everest and her sister peaks. It's made out of the plastic caps of Bisleri bottles, because the plastic waste in that region has increased so much, and that region has no facilities to handle plastic waste. So some artists have actually got together and they collected some 37 Bisleri plastic bottle caps were used to make this kind of miniature of. So this is what our footprint is actually doing to that region. So this is the kind of rise of tourism, trekking that's happening in that region of Sagarmatha or the Everest region. This year is also United Nations has declared as the year of glaciers preservation. Now, glaciers are also known as the sentinels of climate change, as we say it, because they start telling us, they start giving us those early signals that climate change is happening and what is the pace of climate change in that. So, in Everest region also, when we traveled there, we met a couple of glaciologists at there's a lab called Pyramid Lab in Labuche, where the glaciologists told us that how over the years the ice in the glacier is actually reducing and the glaciers are retreating at a much faster pace. Now, why that is a concern for us is also because, like I said, that area is from where 10 major river systems originate. That's the region which is actually providing water services to a large population in this part of the subcontinent. So if you have glaciers retreating, you will have more flash floods, GLOS, which I will be talking about. And also in the long term, it's going to be a huge water security issue for this region. And we already know we have Indus water treated and other issues because these are transboundary rivers and conflicts are going to rise. That's Hindu Kush region is where we already have 8,000 glacial lakes, out of which 200 are already identified as potentially dangerous. Now, this is an example of also when transboundary disaster happens. In April 2000, there was a major disaster in the Tibet Autonomous Region in China, which affected India because there was a landslide dam outburst flood, which actually created a huge dam. You can see within minutes the amount of debris that was deposited, across the river, which led to the creation of a dam, a huge dam. They tried to drain out the water. They were unable to do it. It breached, and all the water came down and it affected Arunachal Pradesh in India in a big way. So this is also where you have these disasters which are transboundary. If countries do not work together, if data is not shared in time, it's going to, the incoming years, these disasters will take a very, very, very huge. One of the things, often as journalists also, I used to wonder that how does it matter if 1 degree temperature rises, हम लोगों को समझता नहीं है. I'm sure scientists understand it better. When we say क्या 1 degree से क्या फर्क पड़ जाता है? In Mumbai, if the temperature is 26, if it becomes 27, how does it matter? When we went to Everest region, and a lot of local people, because yak is a highland species, and the entire economy of that region depends on yaks, whether it is yak milk, yak cheese for transportation, everything is done through yaks. A lot of people started saying that the breeding season of yaks is changing. Yaks usually breed around June, July period, and they said now it has shifted to September, October. Initially, I thought we journalists always suspect everybody. So I thought nowadays anything happens, people just blame it on climate change. कि कुछ भी हो रहा है climate change के कारण हो रहा है. So a lot of people started saying, because of climate change, this whole breeding pattern has changed. So after speaking to a lot of people in the Everest region, I came back and I decided to reach out to a lot of researchers who are working on yaks. And actually this is true, because as the temperature is rising in that region, the pasture lands or the grasslands are getting affected. And grasslands and pasture lands are very important for the nutrition of yaks. And for yaks, the breeding depends on their nutrition status. So if they are nutritionally weak, they cannot breed. So imagine if you have temperature rising, you have invasive species coming in that region, rainfall patterns are changing, which is again affecting the local grasses and all, which is affecting the nutrition of yaks, which is affecting, their breeding season and their numbers. Already in India, I have put that data, the 25% of yak population has declined between 2012 and 2019. So it may not be a concern for some of us, for me living in Mumbai, but if you see the hill region, yaks are very important for that region. Now there's something called, we keep talking of changing rainfall patterns, monsoon patterns are changing and all. There's something called western disturbances. These are actually a weather system which originates from the Mediterranean region, and it brings the winter snowfall or the winter precipitation that happens in North India is actually because of this western disturbances. Now, there is research which is telling us that monsoon patterns are changing definitely, but western disturbance patterns have also changed over a period of time. Now, winter season in North India goes dry. Last year, I don't know if you guys remember or not, there were a lot of social media posts where Gulmarg slopes had no snow. They were completely devoid of snow. That's again because the snowfall patterns are changing. Now this is again a huge concern for us because it's the winter precipitation that feeds our glaciers. If glaciers do not have snow, they cannot give us water through our rivers and springs and all that. So that's also a challenge. Now, I think we all remember in 2013, Uttarakhand state in India faced massive floods. In 2023 June, North India was on its knees because of multiple states were facing floods. Now, researchers have found out, scientists have found out that's because the western disturbances which used to come mostly during the winter seasons have started coming during the monsoon season. So when you have monsoons system and the western disturbances interacting together, you have these kind of major disasters happening. Which Anilji also spoke about, is that last month this regional hub that was launched. So these are the kind of regional initiatives we need. US walking out, maybe in future, I don't know what's going to happen to these large global kind of negotiations and frameworks. We need more such regional frameworks, especially for the Hindu Kush Himalayas, for the hill regions. And I think that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Just summarize. Thank you so much to the panel members. I think it was a really interesting and a very broad overview. I'm sure in the next 2.5 days we are going to have more in-depth analysis. But 3 points which have majorly come out from the 3 speakers. One is there is a need for collaboration and networking between different organizations, different stakeholders, and it has to be an integrated approach. When we look at the public policy, it cannot be in silos for certain sectors. It needs an integrated approach. So maybe we need revisit our policies, the major policies, and see which is impacting the other and come up with a better framework. That's one thing. The second thing which was very, very important is natural resource management, and specifically water conservation, harnessing, and efficient use is very, very important, because we do not know where the water, if the water is not available, what will happen to all of us. It's not just humans, it is animals and the flora and fauna which is there. And the third point, which is very important, we need to bring out the research, the knowledge which we are gaining from across the sectors and the works we do, be it at a local level or the global level. We need to make it in such a way that the most common person also understands it. So that it helps our climate awareness. It tells us how to, the plastic waste users and the proponents of reducing plastics talks about 4 Rs. Reduce, reuse, recycle, revive. And that's something where we need to also think about, that when we are talking about policies, when we are talking about use of our natural resources, Are we looking at all three so that we conserve this planet, because there is only one planet? Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the yes, it is now it is time for felicitation. I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam Professor Gitanjali Das, Madam, to so I would like to request
we request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam to kindly felicitate the session chairperson, Professor Abha Misra, for chairing the session. So now I will request Madam Vice Chancellor to kindly felicitate Madam Nilkamal Darbari. We request Dr. Abha Misra to kindly be felicitated by our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam. We also request our Honorable VC Ma'am to kindly felicitate Mr. Nidhi Jamwal. And also we request Madam Vice Chancellor to kindly felicitate Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta, Chief Executive of ICARS, DST Government of India. So huge round of applause. For the great wisdom being shared with all of us. Now it's time for rapporteur's report. Dr. Paul, please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. So in the first plenary session, we had three plenary talks. First was on navigating climate, first was on global climate discourse and diplomacy, context of DRR and sustainability, which was delivered by Professor Anil Kumar Gupta, where he spoke about how Odisha have been the worst climate affected state, and how leadership has helped Odisha to stay out of climate crisis, as well as how DST is starting the center of excellence and address that he told about, and also the shift from GHG reduction to loss and damage perspectives. And the second talk was delivered by Madam Nilkamal Darbari ji on navigating climate realities in 2025, policy and governance for a resilient future, where she spoke about the challenges that the policymakers also face, as well as the about the package of practices and the need for capacity building in the community. And the third talk was delivered by Madam Nidhi Jamwal ji on climate change in Hindu Kush Himalayas, its impact on vulnerable hill communities, and policy frameworks for the mountain region, where she spoke about her experiences in Everest Base Camp and Khumbu region, and also how tourism is also impacting the climate change that is happening in the Himalayan region. I would like to thank all the members of the panel for your deliberation. Thank you so much.
So we express sincere gratitude for the plenary session speakers and all the participants, learned delegates. Now the plenary session is over. We will proceed for the lunch. Within half an hour, we should reassemble for the technical session. Requesting all students and paper presenters to remain present on time so that we can cover up all presentations within the scheduled time. Thank you.